microphone. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Oh man, I've been talking this long. Like, I've been going off. Yay. Oh, man, I was wondering why people are leaving. They're probably just looking at me like, what in the fuck is wrong with this guy? Uh, that's rough, man. Okay, we're back at it. We're back at it. Oh no, I got rid of, what was that? Now I wanted to check out the RAM sticks as well. Yeah, so I was on a benchmark marathon yesterday. That's why you probably didn't hear me at all. Well, maybe a couple of posts on the Discord, but I was on a benchmark marathon. Starting to get up there. I'm back into 5th overall in Canada, and I am 1st in my division. Yeah, hooray. I've been talking probably for over an hour with it. It wasn't even plugged in. I forgot. I thought I switched it. I thought I switched it all back over to my main PC, but apparently I left that unplugged. But yeah, I got another 1st place, so we're gaining. We're gaining. Nothing too crazy, but I did do some pretty good, decent scores. Solar Bay. I'm not even gonna talk about Solar Bay. Solar Bay is a ray tracing, so, and it's at 1080 Ti. So ray tracing 1080 Ti. That's not really its thing. But this one right here is a good one. So the GPU PI. So GPU Pi 32 billion. 10 minutes 24 seconds. It's not bad. So I got 10 minutes 24 second out of 131 people. I got 10th. So top 20. I'll take it. The RAM says at 2400 CL44, and that's wrong. Like, I edit everything too, and it changes it to whatever it wants sometimes. Good thing they have these pictures, right? That's why they want the pictures. But yeah, so, cause I even go back in, because you can edit your submission after you submit it. So sometimes when you use the benchmark mate, so if you ever use the benchmate here, and let's say you submit a score, so we'll just say we go. So let's just grab one of these. So I'll submit this one. It's what's his name? Where's that German guy's name? He's amazing. He's awesome. There you go. It's really hard to pronounce. Lieghoof. Lieghoof. I don't know. I'm bad at it. Don't hate me. So he's probably gonna say yeah, blah blah blah, or it's just not even gonna submit. We'll see. We can submit it, but let's say, and when you submit it, you don't have a picture of your system and you're top 20, so you need to verify, and you want to make sure you get the points. You need to verify your system. What you can do is check on what you just submitted. You go to the link, and you can edit your submission. But doing this sometimes doesn't really edit everything. It's more or less, you can guarantee you can edit the screenshot. Let's say you messed up the screenshot, or your actual system. You can update that. Changing some of this stuff around, I'm not sure if it's a glitch on maybe my end. Maybe I should talk to them about it, but I can't. It doesn't matter if I change this and do everything. It'll switch this back over to P Corp, set this whatever to it wants, basically, sometimes. So, but that's how you can edit stuff. Kind of nice. And What else we got going on? Oh yes, that's right. Home, 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 home. Where's home? Home. I just want home. There. Am I still up on the board? I'm still up on the board. Alright. So, still up for some good points overall. I did 50 points on that one test. The 3D Mark 2001 second edition. And yeah, that did take quite a bit of figuring out for the 12600K. Like 3 cores and 2 cores should have been just fine. I was running 5.5 on 2 cores. I was doing 5.6, but it was kind of unstable halfway through, so I stopped doing that. It's just a little warm here in Canada right now, so when it cools down, things will change. I had to switch it over to 4 cores, so not great. Again, if anyone is new to the chat, we're just talking about anything of PC overclocking related. Doesn't even really have to be a PC, like personal computer. It could be like a little mini PC type thing, those little handhelds. It can be anything that you can overclock. Anything you overclock, we can submit scores on HWbot, and it is a form of overclocking, so anything is allowed. For certain things, there are rules though, but let's go for country. We are currently in 5th. I think I'm helping out Canada quite a bit for this season. Global points. How much have I contributed this season for global points? Global 482. Not that good, actually. Not that good. What are my global points? Not good. Not good. Okay, what can I improve on? Which one? Which one? This one's gonna be a hard one to beat. 3 minutes, 37 seconds. I could probably beat this performance. 3D Mark 11 performance. I could do that. I don't know if I'll be able to beat this 161,000. That's a pretty good score. I did do another run. It was 161,844, I think, or 845. But I didn't save it. I thought I could beat the score, but I did a lot of twinking around, and there wasn't much beating that. So 161,000 was it. Because I need to get more global points here. That's the thing. We need more global points. So these tests that I did in January. So that's right here. It's just after my birthday. So these tests here, I already know what I did them with. And I know how I did it. And I should have scores saved somewhere on a hard drive. Not on a flash drive, on a hard drive. Yes. Somewhere around. But these Januaries. These Januaries are some good scores. I know that. I did 5.5 on that. 5.56 core, I believe. Yep. Tractor Actor, how do you get that? 800 points more. Crazy, man. If anyone's new to the chat, we are talking about PC overclocking. If you have any questions, let me know. Let me know what kind of PC you have or what kind of overclocking you've done. If you just want to say hi, say hi. Just trying to go over placements and what I'm looking to do. So overall for Canada, I am first place in my division. But I'm also looking to increase that quite a bit before the end of this year. So if we go all leagues, there we go. Because I'm in Apprentice League, because there's leagues. I haven't done dry ice or liquid nitrogen. But as you can see, for Apprentice League, I'm pretty good this season around. Last year wasn't terrible. That's when I really got into like actually posting scores. The year previous, I had a lot of scores posted, but a lot got taken away because I didn't have certain things updated. It was my fault. It's a learning process on this kind of. But yeah, I need to get more global points. My hardware, top 30 best hardware is pretty fine. Like, I'm okay with that. And this will increase as we try to increase these scores, which I know I can beat this 3D Mark score. 37,000 nips. How 5 gigahertz on it? Yeah, 5 gigahertz on the CPU. How many volts? Yeah, 1.5 volts. 1.53 volts on a i7 3770K. What kind of temp cores are we looking at? 57, so it's not bad. It is delidded, lapped, everything. Like I did everything to this i7 3770K. Also, when I got it, it was missing some sort of like ohms resistor on the back. I had to add one on. I just added one on that was basically the exact same size, hoping it would work, and what do you know? It worked. It says 1.26 volts. That's not right. The 1.5 volts is correct. CL9, 12, 12. Yeah, I can beat this score already. So I know I could do CL 10, 10, 10, which will be better. The CL9 is nice, but CL 10, 10, 10, I can get a little more frequency, which is nice. I gotta see what I can do with this i7 3770K. So if I do throw it on the 600mm custom water loop, so the dual radiator setup, it will keep this maybe below or at 50 degrees, and it will allow me to get like maybe 5200, 5100 are the cores. That's all core. That's all core. That's all core. Almost 5 gigahertz. I was looking over some DDR5. Some of my DDR5. Just the memory frequency. I might be able to... I've done a lot more since... Like a lot more testing since this. I'm still on the same BIOS. The same BIOS is F28 for the Z690 Aorus Master and Aorus Elite Pro, I think. They're about the same BIOS. So F28, by the way, is the best one. F28B, I think it was, or C, might have been a top tier one, but I can't seem to find it, and I can't find my flash drive that has it. So if I find my flash drive that has it, then I will redo the BIOS on F28C or B, one of those ones, and we'll see if we can beat 8200 on DDR5. Because I just want to beat Buildzoid right here, was below me, but he did he posted it. I don't know. I was trying to beat him. That's right. But due to the fact that I don't know if it was maybe my CPU, but more or less motherboard. I couldn't do it. I don't want to go too much voltage on the system agent. So the max system agent I like to use is 1.3. You could do crazy amount of timings and frequency at 1.3 system agent. It's not like you have to go crazy with it. But I see a lot of people are doing like 1.35, 1.4, yeah, 1.342, which is, in my opinion, too high for system agent, at least DDR5. But here, I was looking at his RAM kit. So this is Build Zoid's RAM kit that he's using. I was trying to figure out the die he's using, what if it was Samsung, Hynix, or Micron. But it is definitely Hynix M die. I'm pretty sure this is Hynix M die kit. I don't think it's this Hynix A die because the voltages are pretty low, and normally you'd want a little more voltage on the Hynix A die for frequency. Where did his... There it is. Timings even look like they're stretched out like Hynix M die around this speed. So, where is it that I wanted to look at? No, I don't care about those. There it is. Oh no, this is his Hynix A die. So you can go pretty low. Or maybe you just didn't want to go too high on the voltage on them. That's if this is correct. I don't even know if this table is correct. The BCLK is definitely going to be correct because he's on. But I'm not sure if these are actually the correct voltages. If he is, then the Hynix A die is pretty good. Could also just be the Oris Tachyon being a dual board, dual DIMM, instead of a quad. 1.536 volts at... What? That's not right. What? .536 volts? 2-core? What? I don't think I had to do this with my 12900K. 1.536. Let's see. I don't think I was cranking those. Not like that's a lot of voltage, man. I'll see you even with my Simbench R23 here. I don't think I was cranking that much voltage. No, close, but 1.48. I don't even think I wanted to pass 1.5. Well, at 5.3. But he was only at 2-core, 2.2 gigahertz. Holy moly. That must be wrong. That'd be wrong. Like, can't be right. This is when I was using my Hynix M die. Or not Hynix M die, my Micron. The 32 gigabyte, so 2x16. This is the best I could get out of it. 5200 CL38, 38, 38, 83 T2. And RFC of 415. That is what really actually helped this Micron kit. Was its refresh rate was really good. It was really good. So my Hynix M die, the best I could do with them is 420. I do 420 on them on this board. A lot better timings though. Not What's the voltage at? Oh, I should redo this test then. Because BIOS F23A was not the better BIOS. F28 is better. The F28C or B is the best though. I just gotta find my flash drive that has it on it. Or try to find it online, but I don't want to take the time and do that. F28 works good. That's a lot of voltage though that Buildzoid was using. Holy crap. I don't even think I was putting into my... Nah, a lot of his tests, he was cranking like 1.55, 1.6 volts into the core. In games, he was setting these core voltages automatically to that. So, like, what? Not 1.55 volts, not right. This is correct, 1.4. The maximum I could do on this 13900K is like 1.45 volts, and then it'd just get too hot. So that was the best I could do with it before I broke it. I didn't break it from overclocking, I broke it from delidding and using a bad direct die. Learning process. Use certain ones. 100 load. Yeah, I can believe it. So like I said, 1.45 volts was the best I could do. And that's with some chilly water, like 10-degree water. Still, decent score overall. The 4X, is that my 3770K? No, that's my i7 2600. Overclocked an i7 2600, 4.3. Best I can get out of it. Best I can get out of it. That's okay. I gotta find a couple scores to beat. I gotta get my overall, whatchamacallit, with global points up. This one right here, the 110,000 nips, it's a pretty good score. 5.4 and 4.3. I could run the test at 4.4. It was not really giving me a better score, and it was crashing. So I would run the test sometimes on real time, sometimes I'd run it on normal, and the test would be about the same. So depending on how stable the E-cores were feeling, really, because I was doing 4.4 no problem on some tests. It's not like anything got hot. The max temp was 69. 69. The E-cores were probably around 56 to 60 degrees on the E-cores. As this test, I did put a lot of voltage in, I believe. Yeah, 1.44 volts for all that to work. As long as you can keep it cool, though, like, that's the main thing. Not going past 80 degrees at all is your main concern. Being below 0, of course, is better, but I would also be seeing like 6+ gigahertz if I can get this CPU to read 0. And this would be around 5.5 or 5.6 gigahertz, maybe. This is a good chip, this 12600K. I could do, like I said, 5.7 on a single core, or 5.8. I think my record's only 5.6 because I wasn't doing frequency tests on CPUs, especially when I had my 13900KF. I would have had 6.6 or 6.7 gigahertz frequency. I'm not sure what my best one was. I'm not CPU frequency. Oh yeah, I did it 5.8. So 5 on that. It's just 5.8 on this though. Oh, it's showing 5.5. Why is this test all messed up? This isn't right. No, I did not hit 8,000. Oh, that's right. This test, I thought they took this out before. So this test here, I was trying to do RAM frequency, which was just 8,000. It was just 8,000. It was one of my first tests, and I figured I'd put it up, but I put it up as CPU frequency. But I thought for sure I put another one back in, and they switched this out. Maybe they haven't have to message like Hoff. I'll have to message one of the managers. And I follow him as well, just to make sure I can keep up to date on stuff. And watch his scores. His scores are good. But yeah. No. I did like 6.6 or 6.7. I wasn't even trying, but this is 5.5. It's saying 5.5, but it's not. She's all wrong. This is all wrong. You fix that. I'll message him later on. So DDR4, the best I was able to do is 4400. That's not because of me. I have Samsung B dies, and the motherboard I had, I could only go up to 1.35 volts on the RAM, which you can do way more, of course. Like you go like 1.6 volts, we're talking. Like I'll go 1.6 volts on RAM as long as you keep them cool. But yeah, 1.35 volts just wasn't enough. It was not enough for getting the performance I wanted. So 4400. 4400. Where is it? 4400 i7 8700K. It's pretty good. So yeah, you'll see the clock times too. Not great. That refresh cycle, that's not good. Not good at all. Yeah, so this right here was i7 8700K. Was a really good CPU. I think the best I did on it was 5.1 or 5.2 gigahertz. It was good. At like 50 degrees. And my DDR3, I did 2200. That's only because I don't, again, have a like an i7 4770K or i7 4790K or one of those series. I'm not sure which LGA 1151, I think. Don't quote me on it. Or LGA 1151. I don't have one of those. It could be LGA 1156. I don't know. Again, I don't have one. But yeah, I did pretty good. I find it was good for the RAM kit I have. It's not the best RAM kit, but pretty good. Pretty good. Oops. Pretty good. Right here. These are my 4GB Samsung B dies. These are DDR3 B dies. No, they're not great. They are not great. No, they're good. Like, for timing wise, like, not great. You have to lose them so much to get frequency. You have to crank the voltage into them. Look at that, nice hash. That's right, I was doing testing on my 30 series cards. Well, my 3070 Ti's. For the copper mod. You can do quick hash, or the nice hash quick miner. I thought it was a nice hash miner. It's not. It's the quick miner you gotta use. Then you can basically like overclock your RAM more to do an algorithm, but Anyways, I used it to see how well the copper mod worked on the GDDR6. It was insane difference. Like we're talking 40 degrees on hot days, not 40 degrees, but 40 degrees difference on the memory chips. So it was a big difference. And I gotta try to beat 3000 somehow. Alright. Wait for some people, maybe? Let's set up. Set up. My bad. I'm currently setting up. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, that's right. That's right. EVG, EVGA fans in it. I hot wired them in. They're soldered on to the new connectors. They work really good, by the way. Really good. That's what I need. Screwdriver. Alright, I'm just gonna say cover your ears for 1 second or turn down your volume. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. So, what I'm gonna do is take off the fan shroud and clean it up. A little quiet. Oh, okay. I can reposition. Oh wait, I know what's going on. I had to replug it in, so it's probably not. Oops. Go to sound settings here and see if it's just that. Probably is. Nope. It's not that. It's position. I'm gonna try not to be loud here for a sec. There we go. Should be a bit better now. Now, I dropped the screw. The magnet didn't hold it. Got it. So this is a 3070 Ti, the Zotac Amp Hollow, and I bought multiple of these. One was at an extremely terrible price, and I'm glad that one was the not so good one. This right here is like silicone lottery. On air, I'm getting records. Like I have 4 or 5 records on this card now, on air, and I can beat those records. I already know. If you have any kind of questions about overclocking or want to let us know about your daily PC, always like to know. Also have a Discord, probably some people in it right now. There have been some new posts. I posted up a bunch of stuff. I was on a overclock marathon yesterday, so I wasn't live. Are strong, like as in good? Yeah. Yeah. Well, these 30 series cards are very good. Zotac's older cards used to be good. Then somewhere down the line, they kind of like had a falling out. Gainward. So if you ever heard of Gainward, Gainward makes good graphics cards. They're really expensive though, and not really much heard of. The Asus make really good 30 and 40 series cards only because they have like crazy coolers on them. Zotac makes a really good cooler too. That's one thing that helps. But this card, yeah, it 2.3 gigahertz on it, I think, or a little more than 2.3 gigahertz on this card, and 11,500 on the memory. Yeah, it's good. It's insane. It's absolutely. When I bought this card, it's only insane because I did mod it too, so it's copper modded on the GDDR6 memory, 6X memory. So on the memory chips, they're actually copper chips, so just copper chips on the actual plates with a little bit of thermal paste and On the one side, I have some really good, really thin thermal pads. So that way, if I take this card apart, which I might do here if you would like to see that, I can take it apart. I can re-thermal paste it too, which wouldn't be bad to do. And I could show you the copper mod that I did on this card, and I would do this mod on any 30 series card and any 40 series card. Anything running like GDDR6X, you should cool down because they run like 100 degrees on the chips. With the copper mod, these memory chips might hit about 65. Yeah, yeah, those 580s were good, eh? Yeah. I've seen a bunch of tests on HWbot.org. I want to get more like those older graphics cards. They're not even that old, to be honest, in my opinion. But like those like GTX 500, GTX 600, and 700s, and GTX 900 series, I would like to get. I don't have as many graphics cards as I would like, that's for sure. Yeah, I've been very happy with this graphics card though. Very happy. Alrighty. So we got the this is the fan shroud. So you can, I like these cards. And it's so easy to take apart. So this fan shroud all comes off. You'll see there'll be tape. I don't have heat shrink right now. So later on, I'll take off the tape and I'll heat shrink the soldered wires. So I soldered the EVGA fans on. Don't get your fingers too close to these fans. They spin very fast. If they are spinning very fast, they hurt and they break. They're really strong fans, but they're spinning at like 4,000 RPM. But yeah, so there's that. Yeah, the around that. So what? That's probably what we're talking 2012, 2014-ish era. And yeah, the Twin Frozer, they oversold those cards. Like it's so good. This Twin Frozer, no. I mean, it's good. They were still good, but the dual fan design, calling it the, yeah, no. I hear you, man. I hear you. So I got one of these little paintbrushes. Try to get a fairly decent one if you do this kind of graphics card kind of cleaning. Am I gonna take this all apart? It's just such a pain in the butt to get this one connector. That's all. And it's not these two. So there's two connectors. So two of these fans are split off. So onto a splitter to one header. And then the other one split off to that. It does need to be cleaned though. It's dusty. Not terrible like some people's, but in my opinion it is quite dusty. So maybe I will take it all apart today. Yeah, somewhere around there. I got a bunch of like, oh, you see, I'm not even looking at the actual. There we go. So, I left the window open. Go. God damn. They're gonna annoy me. But I packaged up a bunch of the graphics cards, so I had another live stream where I took apart 11 graphics cards, no, 9 graphics cards, sorry. I took apart 9 graphics cards. Some of them I took apart the full coolers and cleaned them. And I also showed the dies, and I did a lot of stuff on 9 graphics cards. But in this box is all the graphics cards that I did. Well, not all of them. My 1070 is not in there. The GT 610 is not in there. Actually, I gotta do the GT 610 still. 2080 Super's in its box. But I have like GT 9600, couple of 8600s, GT and GTOs. No, GS and GTOs. GTs. GTO. GT. It's the NX 8600. It's a weird name. They call it a weird name. It's an MSI card, but they call it a really weird name. Yeah, it's a little dusty. Yeah. Got almost 100 views on that one actually. A lot of people wanted to see it for the 1080 Ti that I did at the end, which is currently in the system now. I normally run the 3070 Ti for the encoder. Really just the encoder. I only like to run this card for benchmarking. Where is that pin again? So this card also has like the RGB at the front on this yeah, that's right. So I gotta take this whole card apart. So where should we start? Yeah, I guess I could take the whole cooler off now. Just lay that in there for now. Somewhat easy. Now I don't have to take it apart again. Because this one here, you gotta take off all these top screws, which will let go of the cooler. Like all the top screws, even the four holding the... Separate those screws, they're different. Because if you watched one of my other streams, I believe it was, I took apart a 2080 Super, an EVGA Hydro Copper. It's a 4-to-1-3 model. So one of their top of the line, and only so many of them made. Oh yeah. This one here has the thermal pad. So this one here, this one screw on this, well, these two screws here. So there's a thermal pad that goes right across, and you can maybe see it. You see that strip there? That goes all the way across. It's a thermal pad onto part of the ending of the heatsink. And since the thermal pad's there, it gums up the threads as you unscrew it. When you screw it back in, it's fine. When you unscrew it, though, it always seems to gum it up. Like, it's loose, but it's still very, very hard. Come on. Yeah, I really like this card because it's fairly easy to take apart. And the way that the cooler is designed to take away the heat from the memory and the core, I like it because you basically know what your memory's at after you do, only if you do the copper mod. So if you do this copper mod that I show you on these cards, the temperature of your core is roughly where your temperature of your memory is going to be at. So it also helps for overclocking and overall stability, so you can figure out roughly where your memory chips are just by looking at your core. That's the best part, because that's how well this copper mod works. Without the copper mod, it's like I said, almost 40 degrees higher of a temp without the copper mod. Might need to get my other screwdriver. Sometimes you need a little more torque. This is the one that gets gummed up, so just need a little more torque. This one's a little dirty though. Right. Yeah, the copper mod's insane. It really is. I love it. Forget it. There you can buy like copper shims, which I like to use, copper shims, and then you just buy a size that's a little bit bigger, and you just if you do any kind of overclocking in that, if you know what lapping the die, so lapping the die or lapping the IHS on a CPU, lapping the die, I guess that's more advanced, but basically the same thing. You're just flattening the surface to as flat as possible. And then if you just grab a size of copper shim that's the same size as GDDR6 memory, so same overall thickness, which they basically sell chiplets. So chiplets, copper chiplets are the same size, but you grab different thickness. So what I'm using is point or a 2 mil, 1 mil or 2 mil. So I think it's a 1 mil on this one. I did 2 tests. So this is not as good as my other copper mod tests, but the copper mod card that I did differently, I sold. And I sold for profit because people wanted the copper mods done on them, but they were too scared to do any of the modding. His card though, I did do a little differently, like TAFCON tape, did the whole works on it, to just to be safe about it, right? Mine here, just copper shims right on the memory dies, and with a very thin thermal pad. And the thermal pad, I wish I never did, and I used a little bit thicker shims. The little bit thicker shims with just a little bit of thermal paste on the chips and on the actual cooler, it worked way better. I could still crank the memory. The memory is like this whole card, the core and the memory on this is like top tier. I can slide the memory bar all the way over on whatever test I want. So 11,500 on the memory. Now it doesn't really scale that well, so take that into consideration. Now, so the back plate on these get held from the other side of this card. Come on! Yeah, it's very sticky. The thermal pad with the thermal paste makes it very sticky. So I'm gonna do this off camera because I don't want to wreck the RGB wire. So I want to be able to pull this as nice as I can. Thank you. Oh, do I have to take off that plate now? Oh, I do have to take off that plate now. I guess I did forget a step. I'm taking this card apart and... Ooh. Over a year now. Nice, nice. Yeah, I got a i7 920, i7 930. I got a bunch of things put away, and oh, I don't even want to show you my bed right now. It's completely covered in PCs, hard drives, and other things. I've been doing so many. Like I did a benchmark marathon, so I still gotta do more motherboard benchmarking, and I gotta do some LGA 1366, which I was going to, but I completely went off topic. So yeah, the LGA 1366, I do have an i7 920, i7 930, X5570s, I have hundreds of them, X5650, X5667. Those are all the Westmere's. The Westmere EP. Man, 930. It was what I'm finding with the 930. It can you drop it to 2 core and you can crazy overclock it. Oh, that's right. You gotta flip this part two over. They made it really easy. Like some cards, like the screwdriver, even if you had a special screwdriver, they'd be like on a crazy angle. This one here, it's like they just knew that they either people were gonna be taking them apart, which is great in my opinion. Like I love graphics card companies that do that. The EVGA 20 Super that I did on live stream, it's a hydro copper that for the Win 3. But the best part about it, I didn't even know. It shocked me. So, you know the four screws that normally hold the cooler on, that's usually right around the die. Those four screws don't hold the cooler on. Those four screws hold a metal bracket. Why are you not coming out, screw? Magnet work. And it, when I say it freaked me out, I mean it freaked me out. So I pulled it off. I'm like, I only wanted to take off the back plate here. I didn't want to take off the whole thing because I thought those four screws still held in the actual cooler. No, it just holds in a metal bracket. Yeah, I'm not an Intel fan. I will run Intel. I'm an overclocker. I want everything. I want like if you can SLI it and crossfire it, I want like 2 of everything. I want 4 of everything. If there's like, you know, the NV link and all that, I want 2 of everything. I want 4 of everything. I want 5 of some things, to be honest. I want all the CPUs. But Intel is better still, in my opinion. Don't care about this microcro crap. When I was running the 12900K and the 13900KF, I never had an issue. There was no issues, no voltages issues, no nothing. I don't know where this microcode and all this is it on specific motherboards? If so, it's a motherboard thing. The Asus, I'm finding that a lot of Asus boards are having this issue of 1.6 volts in the BIOS in all core load and that. The microcode does play, but you can set parameters on the motherboard to not go into a weird state. They would have done all these testings, which means the motherboard manufacturers sent out stuff that was also not right. Yeah. I haven't done any SLI. That's really why I want to do it. So I got into like PC overclock and all that when I was younger and that, but kind of got out of it. I'm a redneck. Kind of doesn't really go with what I do, but yeah, I'm a redneck, born out in the country, all that shit. So I've been trying to buy cards, but or CPUs and that, but I'm trying to get a single of each so that way I can have a card of each. I got my 1070. I had a 1080, but I sold it. So 1070, 1080, 1080 Ti's, 2080 Supers, 2060 Supers. I haven't had 2070, but all those cards I've had. 30 series, just had the 3070 Ti's, only because they're so expensive and right. So CPUs, depends on how you buy them. Really, you can find them fairly cheap if you buy them in bulk. But yeah, I would want everything, like I said. Okay. So, oh, someone actually stuck. Oh, maybe it was a good idea. Some of the paste is a little on the dry side on my side. In my eyes, I like to see as wet, almost as wet as possible for the silicone. The silicone, the durable paste. It's basically silicone. The silicone oil is what you want to see that the oil or whatever, not oil, but you know the mix. It's a nice. You can see that it's glistening. It's glistening. Looks really good though. So It is a mobile issue, and the a lot of people that have i9s, the 13, it doesn't matter. i9 is enthusiast grade. Enthusiast. Do you know what enthusiast is? It means someone that knows what they're doing. That's what enthusiast is. Enthusiasts will buy the i9s and that, and then generally, if someone, let's say, shows how to make a video on how to overclock something, and then they're putting in these crazy voltages in that, like crazy voltages, especially for the RAM, or setting in an XMP. Some of these XMP profiles have like a system agent voltage that goes over 1.35 volts. In my opinion, 1.3 volts is the max on DDR5. So on the system agent, so your VCC SA, your system agent, you don't want to go too high on. And I'm seeing like some people are cranking at 1.4, 1.45 volts. That's one single like little voltage rail that goes to that. That's a lot of power. It goes to the CPU, to the memory. Like, it's not just the RAM that you're putting the voltage to. It's also the memory, which can cause, or the CPU, which can cause issues. With the motherboards, there are a lot of tests, but the tests are showing that the microcode, if it goes into a all-core load, will boost to 1.6 volts, but then if it goes out of that all-core load, it's going to like a 60 or 70%, it's still at 1.6 volts. That can be accompanied by the motherboard. If the motherboard was actually probably programmed right, it would never stay in a stuck state. Or have anyone actually looked into Windows 10 or Windows 11 to see if this is an issue with Windows 10 and 11 talking to the motherboard and the CPU and the RAM and all that? Because did the Intel, AMD has issues too with the RAM too, but it's easier to overclock. And AMD had issues with blowing up motherboards and CPUs, like blowing them up because they're putting so much voltage to one small rail on the CPU, which should not have been. And that could be from the motherboard or also the RAM, which the XMPs, and if you, they've been changing stuff on also, motherboard manufacturers have been changing it. Intel's changed a bunch of stuff, and RAM manufacturers have changed specific sayings that they put back in the past of voltages and that. They've lowered some stuff, they've changed it, and they didn't notify anybody, but they changed it, and no one noticed this. No one noticed like the change of all these certain parameters on it. And did they talk to anybody else about it? No, they just changed it. That doesn't help the RAM manufacturers, the CPU manufacturers, to make sure that what's working with either that BIOS update, because it could be a BIOS update. People are saying it's from the old BIOS. I'm still on the old BIOS. Yes, I'm running on a 12600K right now, but I'm still with this BIOS with my 13900KF and my 12900K, no issues. With even older BIOSes, I never had locking issues. I never had weird crashing. The weird crashing the only weird crashing I had was with the RAM, where the RAM XMP. As soon as I did my own voltage, my own timings, everything onto the RAM, especially changing the VC CSA, so your system agent voltage, it was at 1.35 volts. I would change that to 1.25 volts to 1.3, depends on how high I want to overclock. But I would change it to my own timings, my own voltages in that for the RAM, to talk to the CPU to make sure everything's working good on that. And then if you know XTU or XTU2, which is Intel's extreme tuning utility, you can use that. So when it loads into Windows wouldn't have an issue with any of the voltages with the motherboard or any issues. You can set each voltage onto the CPU core. So the E cores, you can set the voltages. The P cores, you can set the voltages on every single core. So your best cores lower voltages, the worst cores more voltages, which will also help performance. So keep things cooler. And it did. It really worked. No one was doing this. No one was doing this. And it's because everything was so new, DDR5. So these motherboard manufacturers coming out with DDR4 boards and then DDR5 boards to make sure that they can go with a DDR5. And the DDR5 again was like new. Yeah, sorry, I'm ranting. I should check. So I also went into the forums a while ago. And I was checking up posts from over a year ago, and this one guy said everything to a detail before this all came out. I'm not even sure who it was. The guy was deleted. He was a deleted user off of the forum. He said to a T, to an actual T of what happened in the past 3 months, 4 months with Intel. To a T. When I said to a T, I mean to a T. The motherboards, the RAM, the CPU manufacturer, they did not talk to each other enough to allow this. Windows had issues with it. Windows had issues with a lot of things. What happened with the millions of blue screens? Windows, Microsoft issue. I mean, come on. So there's a cooler. A couple of the RAM pieces got stuck on there, but it is what it is. Pretty good. Pretty good, though. The actual die was okay. I could have tightened the one side a little more by the looks of it. I won't go full tight on it. The screws around this actual cooler and around the back plate, it all holds things nice and flat. So I will just make it so everything's snug, not fully seated tight. And we can take these apart. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are saying it's just Intel's fault. Yeah, Intel should not have had that part into their microcode. But as an enthusiast, I wish that they never took it away from the newer BIOSes, because that extra voltage and having that extra parameter, so it's literally just an extra parameter that the motherboard or you, the person overclocking, can set it to. And as soon as you put an XMP in, you're overclocking, by the way. So you void warranty by Intel standards as soon as you use XMP, which everyone that has an affected CPU used an XMP. Oh my god! It's like it's all making sense. Making sense. Again, everyone blames Intel. I do blame Intel a bit. The warranty's kind of shit too, not gonna lie. But if things were done before everything launched, and not just launched this crap 12th gen, and then the overpowered. So what we're looking for every generation is generally to increase the frequency and or performance. On the i9 series, the enthusiast grade, the wattage will always generally increase due to the fact we are at a limit of what we can do with the hardware. So what we have to do is make these absolutely crazy cooling so that way we can get the voltage, well, not really the voltage, the wattage and the performance that we're looking for with these super crazy powerful things. This whole cooler is bigger than the GTX 1080 Ti. Just the blank cooler. So, look how small this 3070 Ti board is. It is weird. It's just so small. Can you believe 300 plus watts goes through this little board? I'm gonna take it right apart because it does need clean. A little dusty, in my opinion. A little dusty, which means I'm gonna have to get the plastic scraper. Yeah, it is absolutely tiny. Yeah, so I know sometimes it does sound like I'm an Intel fanboy and that I'm not. I'm an overclocker. I know what works. I know what is up in the records. Yes, for certain world records, AMD's up there, but that's due to the fact that it's server grade hardware and it has so many cores, it's unbelievable. Intel technically could do that, but they do things differently with their server grade stuff nowadays. Not like the LGA 1366 stuff where you can overclock it basically the same as like a i9 980X and 5690. They're fairly close in performance. Yeah, so screwdriver. Yeah, I want extra torque on this one. Just gonna move the mic a bit. And if you have any questions, I will look at the screen. Sorry for ranting there. Just a lot of people always say one thing, or they just talk about one thing over and over for years, and then it's kind of annoying. Like, people just found out about this Intel problem. It's been out for over a year now. It's just came out to the works. Probably wouldn't be so many of these problems either if there wasn't these really bad XMP profiles and these really bad overclockers on the i9 series. Pretty sure that's all we need. Oh. I need this. I need an even smaller one. Et voilà. It's good to have drawers full of tools. Sorry, this probably doesn't look good on camera, but this pin is very stuck. Holy moly. Yeah, so all the screws should be out of there now. It's like, it could be like with the EVGA. Is it gonna come? Is it going to come? Did I take out all the screws? Yes. Holy moly. Like I don't want to pull too hard. You don't want to do that. Even though you know for sure all the screws are out, just in case the thermal pads have they kind of hardened a little bit. They can get really sticky. Like, yeah, it's going. My big fingers are in the way. You see how it's... Here we go. Ooh, that's the best motherboard. Well, basically the best motherboard for it. Just got that on it. Okay, so actually, it's not as dirty as I thought. Like the back, I thought it'd be a little dirty on the back. It's actually not that bad. A lot of thermal pads, of course. So right underneath the memory chips and the actual VRM. It's good to keep everything cool, like all the CCD, I think it is, they call them. Or it might be something a little different for the GPU. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get some different light angle on that. I'm going to... Yeah, it's really not that bad. Like I said, I generally don't use this card, like, for, like, in my daily. Generally, my daily was the 2080 Super. I switched back to the 30s. Sorry. I'm trying to lift it. It got stuck. Don't set it down on them pads. Okay. Yeah, so I switched back to the 3070 Ti for the encoder. The encoder is like almost twice the performance. And then apparently the 40 series is almost twice the performance as this. So that's pretty insane. It doesn't matter like what generation you go to as well. So like the 20 series, all the encoders from the 2060, 2080 are about the same. Like basically the same. It's just a chip on it, right? The performance of the GPUs could be different, so you will get a little bit of a different outcome, but basically the same. So I need to find my plastic scraper. It might be in my drawer box, which I moved. Ooh. Just moving some hard drives. And I gotta be off camera for a second. Yep, was in the drawer. Okay. So I want to take off these chips and re-thermal paste each of these memory chips. So I won't use any metal for an absolute guarantee there's gonna be no scratching, just in case. So again, with like anything on a chip or anything, even an SMD capacitor, even a capacitor, you just want to take your time. So I'll take this plastic razor. So the copper chip I'm trying to take off, I'll just put it underneath and I'll just lightly lift up, and I'll just keep doing that. I won't keep putting pressure, just the same amount, and eventually it does lift. And just let them all fall. That way you don't, it's a guarantee you don't damage anything. That's what you want to do. And afterwards I'll take this plastic razor. I'm just gonna grab a rag, clean it up, then clean up all the chips, because afterwards there will be dust. And then I'm gonna clean up all the dust after that. And re-thermal paste and redo all these. I'll even take off the thermal pads. Try to reuse them. Some I might have to just use thermal paste, but that's fine. Holy moly moly. If anyone's new to the chat, anything in the stream's awesome, as long as it's somewhat hardcore overclocking or overclocking related. That doesn't just mean your PC, it means anything. Also, what's your daily system? Have you overclocked? Oh, your Rampage was for the 5930K. They also made all the Rampage, or just Extreme. I'm pretty sure they made Rampage for the LGA 1366. on these chips, it actually doesn't look bad for the actual thermal paste. Like, still a little wet, not like they're dried up or anything. So that's what, over a year use, but not full daily for that year. Maybe I was 6 months, 6 months out of that year, full daily. And overclocking. It's even gone through a lot of overclocking. It's got five records on it. Oh, gotcha. Still, those Asus Rampage boards were beasties. They were beasts. They could handle it. They could throw the power out. Okay. Clean that up. Now, do I clean this side? No, I'll clean that side after. This side. Should be fun. A lot of, a few chips to do here. We'll just clean these all up nicely. And of course, what I like to do is show the, I need that egg. I'm back. Alright, got rag. So, what I like to do with these live streams and all the GPUs that I've done so far is show the actual die. I haven't lapped this one. The only GPU die I've lapped so far is the 1070, the EVGA GTX 1070. It's also been shunt modded for the power limit, so there's no power limit on it. That's really why I lapped it, because it does help performance. I got 2.2 gigahertz on it. Pretty good. And that's not even using like the core slider, I believe. I didn't have like the good cooling for it, so I couldn't really do more. Nah, it's not easy. Especially when you're like first doing it, like you're still using like extremely fine grit sandpaper. Um, you can use other alternatives like lapping, like these little lapping pucks. You can use those, but you still need a certain kind of like lapping paste, and then make sure it's an extremely hard lapping disc to begin with, which they make all kinds of different lapping discs. And it's a really small disc, but it sounds horrible when you first start doing it. Then after, once you get it all like basically almost polished and like perfectly flat, it sounds better. But when you first start doing it, it sounds like you're breaking it. In my opinion, because it's a silicone, right? It's extremely hard. It's like glass. I guess it'd be more like bismuth. But yeah, I did my 1070. The 1070, it was just getting the hotspot was just a little too much, and that's more or less because of the etching that's on the die. If you reflect it in the light the right way, you can still see a little bit of that etching, but I didn't want to go any farther because when I was the way I test the dyes too for how flat they are is I use razors, and then I'll use a razor, and then I'll basically like add like a very light amount of oil to that razor, like just the tip of it, like you won't even see it. Then with a light you can see how flat things are, and then after you touch it with it, a little bit of oil should be a nice straight line across the die, and that's how I know it's flat. And same thing with the IHS. I like to do the same thing with IHS, make it like perfect flat, and razor blades are really flat. Like I got straight blades and straight that, but they're big, so like a little razor blade's perfect. It's just gotta be a brand new one though. Yeah. Yeah, basically though you gotta, some people they have it so they gotta do this, but they when you lap a die, um, let's say on an actual like lapping surface, it could be a lapping surface that you made, and you're gluing either some sort of grit, really high grit. We're talking like that, like tens of thousands of grit. Special sandpaper. You can use like 3,000 in that, but like I said, when you first start, it sounds really bad. Then you switch over to a different one, and then you'll eventually go to a paste, basically paste, just a paste to help polish it back up. And then I don't know. It doesn't. It's not perfect, of course. It's not like it's gonna be perfect. Nothing is, but it'll be a lot better than having all this etching like this one. Focus. Camera does not want to focus. You probably saw the camera there too, and it's still reflective. Yeah, but it's a really big die on this one. Probably eventually here in the future, I will do a probably like a shunt mod on this one here. I have to go over some schematics on the Zotac boards. I know with the GTX 1070s and 1080s and 1088 Ti's, they're basically done the same way for uh, the way the voltage controller set up. It's basically done the same on all those EVGA cards. I'm not sure if it's done the same on the Zotac. So generally, I'll just piggyback shunt onto one of the SMDs that are around it. So it'd probably be like a certain ohm or voltage controller that reads to the rest of the board to say how much powers it's actually getting. I'll put on like a 2.2 ohm or a 3 ohm shunt onto them. I gotta figure it. Yeah, the board layouts are completely different. I'm not sure if it is going to be the same type of controller. I know EVGA they did things a little differently, which is really good, but that's why I'm hoping PNY goes up. That'd be nice too. Might even be on the back side on this. I don't see anything somewhat. Oh, there's no way that's it. Right between these capacitors actually might be the actual voltage controller, so it might actually be the shunts on that. Same layout, just different location. I like EVGA's location. It's really close to like the actual power. Well, not real close. It's like right directly from it, so it doesn't take any heat from that. It doesn't take much heat from the actual core and memory. This one right here is like right in between everything. Capacitors, memory. So maybe that's not it. The shunt mod on more or less the EVGA cards that I've done is there's a voltage controller. Basically looks like that. So there's like voltage controllers on the board, and it's generally like this black board right here, and then there's generally SMDs. So usually like an absolute set voltage that's an ohm of some sort, or SMD. I'm not sure exactly. I will have to search that up. I know that if you take another shunt or another SMD that you can piggyback on, so solder on top of the I'm sorry about that, the SMD. The camera does not want to focus today. Focus. Yeah, it doesn't want to focus today. Okay, that's not cool. But around it, sure, my back in that position there. Okay, so we're gonna try and make this as simple as possible. A shunt mod for a power limit mod, so it's a hard mod. The shunt mod is a shunt is something that you piggyback on to an existing SMD, basically. So a surface mounted device. So anything surface mounted onto your board is an SMD. The SMDs can vary on what they are, as in depending on ohms, voltages, a lot of things. It could be a fuse. It could be a lot of things that you can just surface mount onto, so it doesn't go all the way through the board, doesn't go through all the traces, just the traces that you can see on the top, basically. The voltage controller will have SMDs around it, and there'll be certain ones that go to the PCIe. So there'll be one that goes to that voltage controller. That is the voltage controllers. It's sorry, not voltage controller. The power limit. So your PCIe can only go up to 75 watts. They generally will only allow like 60 watts through the motherboard. So it will talk and say this is how many watts to go to here, to the PCIe Express, PCIe, and then your power. So each power. So if you have two, there'll be one SMD for each of these. So you can shunt or piggyback shunt what I like to use is a 2.2 or a 3 ohm. Just what I've used and seems to be just fine. There's no like instability. There's no so sometimes if you go too high or too low of an ohm on it, what can happen is it'll put it into a limp mode, and a limp mode will make it so it only runs at a certain speed, and it's usually like 800 megahertz, which is not 2.2 or almost 2.3 gigahertz. So I use 2.2 ohm, and I'll shunt or piggyback shunt on top of one of those. I'm not sure if they're ohms or if they're a resistor type, but it's more or less just another SMD that you can piggyback shunt on that will talk to the board itself and talk to how much power is actually going to the board. And putting on a 2.2 or 3 ohm or I don't know what other people use, like a 5 or a 6 maybe. Ohm. And it doesn't even have to be the same size. As long as you're within plus or minus 1%, as long as it's plus or minus 1% on a like a 2.2 ohm, the shunt could, or your that SMD could be a little bigger on top and still work as long as you're within the same parameters of the actual pre-existing SMD. It'll be fine. So what that does is it splits and tells the control board, which is the one of these black boards. It basically looks more like one of these black boards. Depending on what it says in that, you can figure it out. But since the lettering's so small and kind of faded now, I can't read them. That's why it's really hard to see. I have to search up the schematics, which one's the actual power controller. It will split the voltage, telling that this board is only drawing 50 watts when it's actually drawing 300. So that means it has no power limit. So you can slide that power limit bar all the way over and it will utilize 100% of that power limit, or it'll utilize 100% of the voltage at the core voltage that the card can supply. And that varies from manufacturers. So that's why this card here I have to go over and figure out where it is, because it might not be where I think it is, which sure looks it right there. Sure looks it right there. Zotac, is that it? That one right there, Zotac, is that right in there between the memory and all this crap? If so, this is gonna suck. Yeah, sorry, more or less rambled there. The shunt mod just makes it so that the PCIe reads less wattage than what it's actually getting if you put the shunt to that one. Got it? So if you put a shunt or an SMD, a 2.2 ohm resistor, 2.2 onto that pre-existing SMD that talks to how much, exactly how much wattage is going to the actual board, it just splits it. So you can do some math. I did it for my 1070. I was right on point. I mean, I was right on point. I was surprised how I was off by 10 watts, which not bad, on how much it was reading on full load. I figured it was only going to be about maybe a maximum of 20 to 30 watts reading on full load, which is perfect. Means I can put on a voltage core mod, put more voltage to the core, and then since there's no power limit, it's not like a software either where you're gonna lose sometimes HDMI or DVI, so it's perfect. And you can always take it off too. It just splits up how much it's getting talked to, and it just makes it so the card reads less power than what it's using. Remember, these cards have a limit of how much voltage you can even put through them, so it'll only go to how much voltage this card can actually use. You cannot go past what this card says. So whatever manufacturer, I'm not sure for this card itself, but you cannot go past the voltage that's set. I think it's like 1.15 or 1.1 volts on this card. I don't even think it's 2 volts on, or 1.2 volts on this card. So with a core voltage mod, you can put your own voltage control on it. So also kind of do like the same way for the power mod, but to the voltage, and then you have a potentiometer to change the actual voltage of the core yourself, and you'd have to put on a certain resistor for it as well, so that way you won't go past like a certain voltage, so you can set it so it goes as low as 1.1 or 1 volt, or as low as a card needs to run around 800 millivolts. But generally you want to keep it around the 1 volt, especially if you're doing this kind of stuff. If you're doing this hardcore overclocking stuff, you're going to want like core voltage mod, we're talking dry ice type thing. I probably won't touch my 1080 Ti until I have dry ice. My 1070, I'm probably gonna put it on the 600 millimeter dual radiator custom water loop, which I have a really good block for it, which works really good. So I'm gonna try the core voltage mod on the 1070, which already has that power limit mod. And I'll probably make videos. I might even do it live stream on how to actually do it. Again, it depends on the person and what they can do. So I'm just gonna go over there for a second because I got, yeah, it's great. Hopefully you can't hear it. I got an extraction fan going right now. I do have it kind of like blocked off for sound, so hopefully you can't hear it. Not bad. I did get thermal paste all over myself. At least it's not dry. Like, that's the main thing. Like, let's say you took it off and they had like some sort of thermal pad or something there, which they do. Um, it wouldn't be good. It'd be so oily because it gets so hot. This way, it's just so nice. It's a lot. It's actually a lot nicer, probably. It's a recommended if you know how to do it and feel safe about doing it. Where did I put? Oh, yes. If anyone's new to the chat, just talk about PC stuff. If you're wondering about any kind of overclocking, I have done quite a different amount of systems and fairly good with RAM tuning from DDR3, DDR4, DDR5. Oh yeah. Oh, these are coming out clean. Right now I'm just cleaning up. And on the memory chips, I won't use alcohol. I don't know. Some people have different ways they want. I don't want to put anything on it that could be harmful to it, so I won't usually use alcohol on any of the actual memory chips. I will use alcohol on other parts, but I generally don't use it on the chips themselves. That's just my preference, though, man. That's just me. I'll show you how clean they get just by doing this. Like I said, the thermal paste was still really good, so like they're coming spotless. Yeah, it's more or less cotton swab. I'll just use a cotton swab mostly on a lot of chips just to get most of it. Then I'll go back over it, clean them all up nice and pretty. And then for any of the stuff that falls off, I'll use one of these really nice painter type brushes, just to, as long as it's a nice one. Does not have to be, I mean, crazy, but as long as it's not hard, like the bristles have to be very soft. I'll use them to clean up any of the around the chip. Yeah, I know alcohol probably won't affect anything on it, but I try not to. I'll use bottled water and then dry it quickly. So put it out in the sun. I'll use bottled water, not like tap water. I'll use bottled water if you're looking to get like, you know, really clean. So like I would use like an ultrasonic cleaner with probably bottled water. I know some of the big guys like Kingpin, I think he uses isopropyl for his ultrasonic cleaners, which you're not supposed to use, but he that's what he uses. And if the top guy is using it, then it's not, I guess, terrible, right? Just some of us have preferences. Plus, the smell. So I have a kitty. Even though I have an extraction fan going in the window, so everything's gone, I still have a kitty in the room, so I don't want her breathing anything bad. If I do use any kind of hard chemicals, I have a charcoal filtered professional mask for any painting or any harsh chemicals. So meat is a harsh chemical that works good for cleaning stuff. Like isopropyl is not good for your lungs either, so at least a big amount of it. Oh yeah, these are coming clean. If anyone's new to the chat, we are just talking about PC overclocking, or let me know about your PC, and I'm cleaning up a 3070 Ti. Look how small this board is. Just a wee little card. Can you believe like 350-ish watts go out of this card? And get up to around there, I believe. Around 350. Voila. Yeah, they look good. Alcohol swabs for what? It's good. Actually, everything looks pretty good now. Good for maybe another year after this thermal pasting. Maybe I'll probably do another. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go into another benchmark marathon later on today. I don't know if I'm gonna do it live stream, but I mean it's a lot of. You have to see me running back and forth, grabbing PCs, and either if I have a PC with stuff I need it, I'll take it apart. Like it'll just be a lot of me running around. That probably wouldn't be a whole lot of fun to see. So I still have a bunch of motherboards I have to do. I have to do all my LGA Xeon still, my LGA 1366 Xeon still, so like my X5667, X5570, and X5650. I have to run some tests for competition. I get some scores in for my team. Yeah, I don't think me running around would be all that fun to watch. Like I would even yesterday, literally like this is where I was. Like that's basically here. And then I was over there. And then I was here. And then I was done with that system, so I had to take that system apart. So I was back over there, then back to here, build another system, trying to figure out where the one system was. So I've been like doing lives and that, and then doing all these taking apart graphics cards so I can overclock them and then putting them away when I should be not putting them away. Where I had a bunch of system built that I forgot I had built that I needed motherboard, or the one I needed a certain SSD because I had a certain Windows 10 I needed, so I need to disassemble that so I can use that SSD. Yeah, it's good though. Like the dust isn't even. Just online for now, man. I would love to travel to let's say, so right now I am first in my division for Canada. That's nothing. It really isn't nothing, man. Like I've got I've got a couple of like records and I'm doing good, but I haven't done dry ice or liquid nitrogen. I've done some pretty cold temperatures, but I haven't done dry ice or liquid nitrogen. So I'm not like on the elite, and that's more or less for elites is to go to competitions to do the dry ice. I could still go off of like certain. I have a lot of pages of voltages and stuff for to figure out what you can maybe go to is by by temperature, by the way, because by lowering stuff you can put more voltage, yes, but you're actually getting more voltage at the same time. Like it's odd how it works. But that's thermodynamics and a bunch of other things at play. So that's why I kept a lot of my certain tests that I did on certain cards or certain CPUs is just in case I do get a like a liquid nitrogen pot. Most liquid nitrogen pots you can run dry ice, so I can start off with dry ice. Dry ice is fairly cheap. You don't have to buy all this special gear, all the containers, because you have to have a lot. Like you have to buy a lot of liquid nitrogen at one time to do benchmark sessions. The liquid nitrogen itself isn't expensive. It's having the containers and all that and the room to store them. Yeah, cold temps, Canada. So that's why my CPU block and my GPU block, because they are acrylic, they're both cracked. So like there's a lot of spider webbing cracks. Depends on how you cool down. Like you can technically be in anywhere in the world. Like, and let's say you're running your CPU at, crazy temperatures. The water, everything is getting hot. So the water's like 40, 45 degrees Celsius. Everything's heat soaked. And then you like quit the load or whatever and you cool down the system too much, acrylic blocks will crack. So don't go with acrylic blocks. Go with steel or full copper or steel type ones. The copper, but then you can do whatever basically temperature you want without worrying about cracking. But just because I live in Canada, the 2080 Super, it cracked on its way to me. So it was mint condition when I looked at all the pictures and no nothing because it was winter time when it got to me and I brought it inside to a nice hot house. It thought it warmed up too much and the acrylic broke, like started cracking, and it just continues. But sorry about that. It's, just due to certain designs on the monoblock. I use a monoblock on my main system, and the GPU block, so the hydro copper that they use on the 2080 Super series, I don't have to worry about leaking. There's zero leaking. I would like to fix it up. Like I'm pretty sure you can buy like this acrylic type clear that you can maybe fill up the holes, but I'm worried if I fill up the holes and the loop gets too cold. Again, I'm Canada. It's just gonna get cold and it warms up too much. It's gonna be worse. Yeah, so Canada here and go down like minus 40 here in Ontario. I haven't got any of my water or anything like that cold, that's for sure. Looks good though. Everything looks good there. Oh, certain Windows 10, my bad. I completely missed that. So the certain Windows 10 will actually help certain tests. Simbench is one. Simbench R23. Or is it R20? It's either Simbench R23 or R20 or both. A certain Windows 10, and it's not a new one, it's an older Windows 10. I have multiple SSDs, so one has Windows 11, one has a certain Windows 10, and another Windows 10. So like I have Windows flash drives. I have a Windows Home and Windows 10 Pro. I use the Pro all the time. I don't even know why I bought the Home. I was gonna build PCs and that for people, so I bought multiple sticks of them. But anyways, the Windows 10, I forgot what version it is. I'll have to go back into it. Can help your CPU like be like full utilization basically, and you can get way more performance. Like we're talking close to 3,000 points on Cinebench R23. Like an insane amount on a 12900K or your 13900K F or K, any of those CPUs, you can get a lot more performance. Nah, no. I have to make another. Uh, you can use Rufus to make any Windows you want. So Windows 7 XP. I have to make another Rufus key up, but maybe I'll make a video how to show people how to make a Rufus key, and then you just like a Rufus flash drive, and you can load Windows 7 XP, any of those Windows off of a flash drive. But generally Windows 10. My daily system's Windows 11. Uh, I try to keep my daily system updated more or less to, again, it's my daily, so streaming PC, gaming PC, recording PC, editing PC, it just needs to be updated constantly. But I wouldn't normally have it updated. I would normally keep it back to Windows 10, certain version, just get more performance. You do get more performance. It's not maybe good for some people, but for me, since I have all the special cooling for it, it's not a problem. Because it uses more power. Some people will be like, oh no, this and that. Yeah, fight me about it. I will. I'll fight you about it. I'll show you. Actually, I maybe won't show because it's kind of a just secret, man. You know how long it took me to figure out what version of Windows 10 actually gave more performance? You know how many hours I've had to figure out to get a better Cinebench score than certain people because I wanted to beat them? Like a certain Tractor. Tractor, if you ever watch my videos, I'm a big fan, by the way. Hi, Tractor. Yeah, Windows 7 is still a great operating system. Certain tests still work better with it. Yeah. So I was into like all this overclocking before, because like I said, the hardware bot. I've only been on hardware bot for a little bit now. Not close to some people have been doing this for like 10 plus years on hardware bot, and I've beaten them. I'm beating them. I've only been on it for, it's my second year. My first year, like I said, basically 99% of my results I put up were deleted because of my own fault. I didn't have certain things updated to where they should have been. So that year did not classify for me, except for one XTU profile thing, which really didn't do much for me. And I beat some people with my 12600K. I'm beating some 14900K scores. You know, it's like I just try to beat certain scores. I wish I had the money to have more graphics cards, more motherboards, more everything to test more, but I do what I can. I try to show what I know. Sometimes I could say some pretty dumb stuff because my head's just in a big old block because I'm thinking about so many things at the time. This recording, streaming thing is all new to me. So, setting up and trying to be entertaining, whatever that is. Yeah, HWbot. If you go a HWbot right now, I am first place in my division for Canada, top 5 overall. So even against those liquid nitrogen guys and that, I'm 5th place in Canada. Worldwide, I'm almost top 100 worldwide. I got 6 records, so not bad. I just basically begun. I honestly thought this cooler would be like dirty. It's not. It's not bad. I'm actually kind of happy about it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, to be honest, I need to stream more. It does help get out my content, but also the videos also help. It's kind of like a learning curve on all this. Like the camera's not even set up nicely. I don't have the most distance. Actually, if I moved the server and the PC behind me, I probably could have more distance, but I didn't think of that before I started this stream. I also had a coffee that I haven't been drinking. If you guys have not seen the shunt mod video that I did on the 1070, that is a good one. There's actually 2 of them. I redid it. The second time doesn't look good. The video quality is better, though. That is it. And I did talk a little bit more about it. Again, learning curve on all the videos and the streaming thing. Also, don't use Clipsmate. If any of you use Clipmate or do any of that video editing stuff and want to export your stuff, don't use Clipsmate. Use something different. I use Filmora now. Filmora, sponsor me. I've already sent them in a request to sponsor me because I use Filmora. So hopefully they will one day. Yeah, Filmora works way better for exporting. You actually get the quality you want. You can actually set everything a lot easier. Okay, so did I show you how clean it was? Focus. No, focus. Okay, the camera's having an issue focusing right now. Is that because of me? Yes, it is. Hopefully the stream looks better. If I was really out of focus, that's my bad. There's one cat hair. I'm so sorry. I was like, man, usually the focus is really good. What's going on? Is that me? Yeah, that was me. My bad. So hopefully things look a lot better now. I have to clean up because like the thermal pads literally have like a fuzz because the dust. Probably you'll see it. Oh, actually, the thermal paste is really hard there. Why? Now I'm thoroughly confused. Might have just been because of the dust too, soaking up some of the oils. Yeah, yeah, it's just the dust on the thermal pads. Do I want? Yes, I can use it. So I made them extra big, all the thermal pads, so I can cut some off. But I'll show you the copper shim after I clean it up. What would I use? I only had to. On this one here, you have to like. I bought the wrong ones, so these are the wrong ones. These are the 1 millimeter, 0.5 millimeter. And it should have been the 1 millimeter. I think this is the 0.5, but it's a really thin one. But it's also the size of it. I could be a human, so I'm gonna say it right now. So I'm gonna show the copper shim to the actual chip die, so the GDDR6X memory. I'll show the chip size, and you can buy basically packs of 100 fairly cheap of copper shims that are the exact size. So that way you could just place them and know it's gonna be a perfect size. Like it's quite a bit bigger of a shim. I bought the wrong one, so I had to cut my shims down to fit on this one. Still worked good, but again, if you use the thicker shim, you will not have to use a thermal pad, and you can just use a light amount of thermal paste on the cooler to the copper shim, and then from the copper shim to the chip, use a little bit of thermal paste. Again, non-conductive though. Just really good heat conductivity, but non-conductive. Luger. Oh, if yeah, you, if you, I need to put it on the Discord apparently. If you click on the more information on this video, you can go to the Discord and it should be more information on that too. Starting to get that set up. Same thing with the Instagram. Again, I'm not this usually this type of person, but trying to make some content and trying to show people that this is actually kind of fun to do, and I would like more people to actually get into it because I would like to see more scores out there. I would like certain tests to have more scores on it, so that way that score could be, so it would give you more points for that test if there's more scores to beat and more records. So I really want more people to learn and know like there's not really a set bound for certain things, but there's some math involved. There are parameters we gotta watch. There's like there are some physics that we are gonna have to learn. Like there's some things you need to learn about this stuff. So basically, with my live streams and a lot of my videos, I'm just trying to start off with a slower beginner, but not straight up beginner because I was doing motherboard overclocking, and most of the people didn't even know what motherboard overclocking was. So I had to show them, explain to them that it does this, and then some people tell me no, I'm wrong. I'm like, okay, If we want to be specific, we can go into certain motherboards, certain chipsets, and certain things and different things and all that. But this is the basic what we're going off of. It's like, yes, there are other ways and other systems and other, but as a general, and I was being told I was wrong. It's I'm not wrong. I'm right. I know what I'm talking about from motherboard overclocking. That's why I got some decent scores and I don't have any blown up hardware. Yeah, cold Canadians, buddy. If you want to make a profile in that, and if you want to join the HWbot competition, I can show you. Like you literally just you don't have to do any overclocking. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that right now. You don't have to do any overclock, even though I want you to. Uh, it's called dogpile. It's your motherboard frequency, which will generally be, if you're using like the newer boards and that, generally strictly 100. With the older platforms like LJ1366, it's generally 133 baseline. It's your motherboard frequency, if you know what that is. BCLK overclocking, which overclocks not just your motherboard, but your CPU and your RAM, and can mess up your everything. It does everything on the motherboard. On certain chipsets, motherboards, I guess the newer 12th gen stuff, they took out some stuff. The Z170 or 270s, they had some different parameters on there too. So, I mean, yes and no. If you want to make like a profile, Dogpile is a memory frequency. You just download Benchmate. So Benchmate download. It will download all the benchmarks that you can run for HWbot. Not all of them, but a lot of them, which are really good ones, like 7-zip, Y-Cruncher, PY Prime, all those types. But it'll also have your GPU-Z and your CPU-Z. So you can open up CPU-Z. I generally open up 3 tabs. You just need the one. You open up CPU-Z and you go to the motherboard tab on the CPU-Z. Take a screenshot. You gotta make sure you have the HWbot Team Cup 2024 background, and the CPU-Z needs to be version 2.10 now. Cannot be any lower. It has to be 2.10 because you have to validate the file. I can make a video about how to make sure you're following the guidelines, because a lot of people have problems with following the guidelines on it, and the competitions or whoever's holding a competition, you gotta remember, people are holding this competition, so like we gotta follow their rules, like what they want. So just don't bitch about it. Like, these guys have been doing it for a long time. Stop bitching about it, especially the Lego Hoff. Don't complain to him, please. He's a good guy. He's a real good guy. If he takes away one of your submissions, it's for a reason. He's gone over it. He's had 7 different people go over it to make sure. Again, I follow certain people, so I read certain posts that are posted onto them. Some people say some nasty things. Nice. What do you got? What do you got? What's the score? Wait, did you even have a score? Like, did you actually posted? Let me know the score. I can search up mine right now. See if I have my i9 or i7 930 on. I don't think I do. Yep. That's the one. Do I have? Yeah. I got 5. I got a whole 5 up. Not much. Only 5 tests done. I got a 9th place, 8th place, 6th place, 142, and 104. Simbench R20 I did. 193rd frequency. 193rd frequency. Let's see what the frequency says. CPU frequency. 193rd. Nice name, buddy. Nice name. Well, where are you from? Oh, South Africa. Nice. Um, that's still not bad, man. Jeez. I mean, a lot of people tested it, so that's one thing I want to see more. Just instead of having e-waste, people like we could still use these things and maybe get more performance out of them and some fun. Like you can have a lot of fun building your own like systems. You can build your own liquid nitrogen type containers. A couple of people have like records on a literally soldered copper. Oh, it's funny how he made it. Oh, where is he? Anyways, that's not bad, man. 4.2 gigahertz. What was my best on it? I didn't even really try it. I didn't even try it. I think I even 7.377 gigahertz. That's wrong, by the way. I definitely didn't do that. That's a hiccup. That was a hiccup. I think because I know for sure I didn't use like I just wanted to put in a couple scores for it, and it was only on 360 mil AO. Still, could do way more performance. Yeah, I did like 4 gigahertz. I could do probably way more. Way back in 2010. Nice. Ah, man. Can't. So you might hear the fan now. I'm gonna take away part of the sound blocker because part of the window is apparently open and I'm getting some flies. The other stream I had, I kept getting moths. Every time I thought I got rid of a moth, another one would somehow find its way in. Like how? Like it's covered. Sorry about that. It's literally covered in a high-powered fan, extraction fan. But yet somehow I still get a moth. Okay, so yeah, nah, I didn't do a whole lot with my i7 930. I think I did more with my i7 920. Sorry guys, I know you probably want to watch me uh, clean up these copper chips and put them back on this so much, but I'm gonna check out a score first. Oh, I didn't even post anything for my i7 920 yet. I've ran it. I've ran all of my CPUs that I have. I think the best, you search up X5650. I think I did some of the good scores on that. 35th, 61, 12th, 10th, and 42nd. Not really. I think I did about 4.8 gigahertz on it. Most of the tests, yeah, almost 4.9 gigahertz on it. So not bad. Almost 4.9 gigahertz. Where did I put my plastic razor? There it is. You can't hear that fan, can you? Alright, good. Good. It's like an 8-inch, high-powered, inline duct fan for extraction. A lot of air. It's an extraction fan. On low, it extracts 600 cubic feet, no, cubic meters per minute or hour. It's a lot. It's it's actually really insane. On low. Right now it's on low. And I can hear it just fine. Let's say that. Oh yeah. So I guess this is where isopropyl would have came in handy. Is after cleaning these up and that, it's make it a little easier would be isopropyl. More or less soak it with isopropyl, then wipe it. Not just put it on and wipe it. Gotta let it soak. Better let it soak. Oh, holy moly. I'll show you these copper shims. Again, these ones here, I didn't have to lap them at all to get them to be like the optimal thickness. So the optimal thickness, if you get too thick of shims or you don't lap the, I think they're 1 mil or 0.5 mil, and these are less than, I'm not sure. I'll have to recheck on Amazon what exactly they were. I just know I wanted to oversize the next ones because I know I could sand them down, and they were a lot thicker, and it was a better choice to grab a thicker shim, not the overall size like this. They're like this size, an overall thickness, so that way you can just sand down the thickness, and then it takes hours. It literally takes hours of work to sand down the copper shims, so that way when you put on the cooler and all that, you're just using a very thin amount of thermal paste, non-conductive thermal paste, onto the memory chips, and then the copper chip, and a little bit more thermal paste. No thermal pads. We're trying to eliminate thermal pads, as the wicking away is not as fast as actual thermal paste, and we're trying to make the chips as flat as possible, so that way the copper chips, to be as flat as possible, so that way when we go on to the GDR6X memory chips, it's basically almost zero thermal paste towards the chip, the copper, and then the actual cooler. And if you have it just slightly too thick on the copper, it won't contact the CPU die. And that's the main thing we gotta worry about, is the CPU die cooling. So if you get too thick of copper pads, and I know they make these weird plates and that go over it, but I've also seen them, they're not nice, in my opinion. I'd rather have these copper shims, so that way you don't have each chip touching each other. You can separate them, so you can separate each chip's thermal rate to the cooler. And on these coolers, this is again the Zotac. God, I got thermal paste all over me. So on this, the way the heat pipes are done is where the memories are done. We got one that goes right through the whole cooler, but then we got the chips that go right there too. So that section warms up more than the other sides here. The other sides have to worry about some like the power planes and that, but on this side here, all these copper pipes go through and then to this big one here, and then they fan off a little bit over to here. It goes through the copper die first, which is your like main heat source, and then the chips are right beside it, and the heat's gonna technically hit those chips and make those chips a bit hotter. So if you can separate the copper pads, you're separating more of the heat, and there's not going to be as much heat soak density on this one section of it, just the one section. And the actual, like, where it's telling the temperatures of the memory, I'm not sure on these, like where the TM actual spot is, to let me know which chip is what temperature. You basically just know, oh, this temperature of this chip is hitting 65. Or if you don't have this copper mud, your chip is going to be at 100 degrees at all times, or 105 or 110 at all times, so it don't matter. A little bit more of a rant there, but it is what it is. I mean, a lot. That's a lot of thermal paste. Good thing I got a lot of thermal paste. I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm trying to figure out where I put my rag. I had to clean up all these copper chips. So it's best to have a. It's washed. I just took it out of the wash. Not what? Haven't used it yet though. It's clean. That's super interesting. Yeah. I mean, learning aspects of certain things. So copper, if you don't have them, also like fully covered with something, so like a thermal pad fully covered or thermal paste fully covered, they will start to oxidize. So like this one here, see how it's a little bit different color? Kind of looks burnt, but it's not burnt. It's starting to oxidize. It's just really shiny. Um, so best to like use more thermal paste than what you need. That's why I say non-conductive. So that way if it does spew out, and it is, it's gonna spew everywhere. You don't have to worry about it. Yeah, 3080. What brand 3080 though? Certain ones are nicer to take apart. All the amp hollows are basically the exact same, very easy to take apart. It's nice. The extreme version's just a little bit bigger of a card, that's all, and a little bit more of a overclock. That's about it. It's not like you get more performance with the extreme versions. Just basically get a bigger card that can handle more output that will give you a little bit more power just because it's bigger. Gaming OC. Gaming OC. Was that Zeus? Oh, that's right. The Gigabyte Gaming OC. The 3-fan one, right? The 3-fan? I guess it's 3080. I think they only really made them with 3 fans. But yeah, I had like the GTX 1080 gaming OC. Sold out one years ago. Very cheap. It was actually pretty good. I mean, I didn't do a whole lot with, but it performed pretty good. The temperature too wasn't half bad. Nice. So this card is perfect now, I think. It might be a cat. Yep, a cat hair, of course. Got 2 cat hairs now. 3 cat hairs. Oh, 4 cat hairs. But everything looks good now. All the chips are even cleaner. I cleaned up the die again because I touched it with my greasy thermal paste fingers. So we got all this cleaned up. This, if you're new to the stream, is a 3070 Ti amp hollow card. As you can see, the card is very small compared to the actual cooler. Okay. I got the copper pads all cleaned up. I gotta figure out how I can reuse these thermal pads because I don't have thermal pads. But I wonder, I wonder, can I just use thermal paste? Because these pads are really thin and they did get squished out more. So I might just be able to do thermal paste. And I'm just going to use my own kind of make, which is like cheap brands of, not really cheap, but ones that have a decent silicone property with diamond powder or diamond, yeah, it's basically diamond powder. 75,000, 80,000 grit works the best for diamond powder. And you can mix and make your own ratios with that, with cheaper brands. But if you buy certain kinds of like silicones and that, like silicone pastes for this, like thermal pastes, try to find, if you're going to do colder temperatures, make sure that it's going to work for the working temperature of that product. Because as soon as you add in like the diamond grit in that, it's going to make it even worse performing at a lower temperature. Mostly they work better at a higher temperature, but the lower the temperature of a thermal paste, the worse it performs. And liquid metal only works at about a minimum temperature of 10 degrees, by the way. So keep that in mind too if you use liquid metal. Do not get below 10 degrees. It can separate, it can open up a spot on the core, and then that core gets superheated and you're screwed. I remember with like the low hash rates cards, I think they took it out with a certain NVIDIA driver. So even if it says low hash rate, you can still get full hash rate on them. If I remember correctly. I watched Brandon Coin on some things when all that stuff was coming out. Again, I used Nice Hash to test my not Nice Hash miner, but Nice Hash Quick Miner. I used it to test out my 3070 TIs to see how well the copper pads, thermal pads, and all that actually worked on each card. And yeah, the thicker pads are a better option with no thermal pads. It's like you can let the test run and run, and even makes you some money too, but it also runs and runs and runs. And then, like, there's burn-in periods of certain things too. With the copper, there's not really a whole lot of a burn-in period if you do the thicker, make sure it's set to that perfect thickness for a little bit of thermal paste on the both sides. It's good right off the bat. Yeah, well, I could have kept on doing a couple things with it, but I'm like, what's the point? Like, what's the point? You're gonna be like burning out your hardware in that too. So, but still, it was good to learn about the copper shimming on the 30 series cards, well, the GDDR6X, because you can take that to other cards as well, like the older cards, to see if you can get a little more performance. The copper shims on the 30 series GDDR6X cards, the copper, it's insane. I mean, the difference is insane. Where's my spreading stick? I had it. Yeah. No. Where did I put my spinning stick? Oh, no. Oh, well, I didn't find my spreading stick, but I found the copper shim that you're supposed to be looking for. No, I don't recommend any because I'm not sponsored by any. But if I would have to choose for overclocking, either Kingpins, the Kingpin's nice blue stuff. Don't buy the new stuff that's out. Make sure it's the Kingpin stuff. Yep, yeah, that's right. Go out the window. Thank you. Don't come back. Okay, the Kingpin is the best though for low temperatures, or Thermal Grizzly again for low temperature. It's what working operating temperature you're at. So if you're like in India, like especially right now, I think it's pretty hot today in India and out there. Like it's really hot. If it's like really hot, you can't have certain thermal paste. What you're wanting for when you're in hot temperature is to have a thermal paste that has a not a quick wicking away property, but a longer lasting high temperature because you're not going to be able to lower the temperature of your graphics card or CPU all that much unless you have AC. If you don't have AC, you have to find thermal pastes that work around the working temperature that you're working at. And that's how I would go after it. But for the best, of course, it's going to be Kingpin or Thermal Grizzly. They're Cryonaut Extreme. I'm testing them all. Yeah, I don't know, maybe you saw the box I was opening up to find the, but, um, so like this Thermalright stuff. This Thermalright stuff works really good for basically anyone in the world except for the low temperature people. So if you're below like a 15 or 20 degree working temperature, like the CPU is at that temperature on its lows, and then it can go better for higher. So Thermalright has been proven more around the world to be a fairly stable comparison. But let's say we're in a set zone with a certain moisture, nice AC, everything's pretty well controlled. You'd want a better thermal paste. But again, if you go to this kind of stuff with the diamond grit in it, every time you take off your re-thermal paste something, you will polish it. The diamond grit does polish it. So every time you take it off and redo it, remember it's diamond grit. So like special companies, the glass companies use diamond polish and all that. So it just has a really good wicking away property, and their thermal compounds better for low temperature, not high temperature. So as soon as the high temperature starts hitting in, it doesn't work as well or won't last as long. Celsius, man, sorry. Fahrenheit. I can do some math on that, I guess, every time I'm talking. Yeah, Celsius I will be talking. I'm Canadian, so I don't really talk in Fahrenheit. I'm talking pounds, not kilos. Metric for the win, yeah. More precise. Gotta be more precise. Yeah, but anyways, I use Thermal Grizzly. Do you know how much this little jar is? It's like $150. So, like, you're talking like 20 grams or 30 grams for like $150. It's not gonna last you that long, especially when you're doing low temperature stuff, because you're gonna want to switch over your system, benchmark more stuff. This stuff costs a lot of money. So my stuff, RL. It's good for not low temperature. I didn't get like there are certain kind of thermal paste, and again, you read the back of the thermal paste, or if you go onto like their actual whatever manufacturer you're going on to for thermal paste, look at their working temperature, like their min and max temperature. And if you're on the higher spectrum for the temperature of your environment, you want to have that higher value because it will just be an overall longevity better performance. Like it will just be better for longevity and it just be better overall. Yeah, stuff is. So my stuff, and you can pick up 70,000 grit or 80,000 grit diamond powder. It's diamond powder, but it's like diamond grit. And you can pick that stuff up fairly cheap by the bags. And then you can just, like I said, it'll take you a bit to mix it. But once you mix it, you can find your own ratio that you like spreadability. Make sure it's really spreadable still. But you just add a little bit of diamond compound and it will help your thermal contact transfer. But the stuff I use, again, it's only for, I think the lowest working temperature on this stuff is like 15 degrees. It's not much. So if my CPU is at idle and I'm at 15 degrees, that's its limit. If I go lower, there's chances of it separating or other things. Whereas this stuff can go down to almost minus 200 or minus 300. There are chances of cracking, but less chances of cracking than any other kind. Thermalite's good. MX4 is good. All of them are good. All of them are good. HY10. This is a version of HY, I think. I think it's called HY. I'm not sure. It's a version of it. HY something. 10 or 100 or... Yeah, it's working temps for thermal paste. And it's best to go off of what manufacturer says because they literally do the testing. They have special instruments to do the testing. Let them do it. And then go off of what they have. If you see someone like DeBauer with their thermal grizzly, I like DeBauer. He may be a German guy. He may have been a really big dick back in the day, but he's changed his ways and I like him. And he tells stuff like it is. So I got all the copper streams cleaned up. I think we should start getting it back together now. Everyone that is just joining, you're looking at a bracket. So anyone that's new to the stream, we just took apart a 3070 Ti. We're just talking about overclocking stuff. Anything overclock related does not have to be just your PC. Let me know what kind of PC you have though. Let me know what you've overclocked. We just cleaned this all up. I wanted to show the copper mod that's on it. Business. My name is Gregory Business. Gregory? Yeah, Gregory. It'd be funny if my buddy's watching right now. You use your PC for business or business? You talking about like a business deal? I am not for hire. Or you could not afford me. I'm joking. I'll work for peanuts. Oh. Thermal. I'm just gonna use my stuff. Put on your chips. I would not say to use diamond powdered stuff. So like your Kingpin or your Thermal Grizzly, I would not suggest to use it. But I don't have any other stuff right now other than my mixed. That's gonna do everything I need. So I need to do enough for each of these chips on one side, and then each of these copper chips on the other side for the actual cooler. And we'll just go off of that. Oh, I gotta find the spreading me thing. We need to find a spreader. Just a little bit of sausage, egg, and chips, eh? I can't find my thermal paste spreader, or one of the probably hundreds that I have. This is messed up. So messed up. Yeah. If I actually had liquid metal, I would probably do liquid metal on this card. Just for that little extra Wicked Away property, I would be able to probably get more out of this card. Again, I get 2.2, 2.3 gigahertz out of it, which is pretty good for a 3070 Ti. It's just a whittle card. So again, if you do any lapping in that, I don't know if you can see how dark it is and how spotty this is, but just due to the fact I did not cover this with an oil or thermal paste, you can use thermal paste too. Just leave the thermal paste on it. Any exposed copper, just keep it covered and it won't oxidize on you. This chip, so this is from a 12, no, this is the 13900 KF. It doesn't work anymore, so I don't care about it, but it's more or less testing now to see how long. This is not even in like high moisture spots. It's in a nice drawer, and it's still like those spots don't come off unless you take like sandpaper again to it. No clue what that is. So I don't have my spreader. It's fine. I got a plastic razor blade. Works the same. So my stuff has got, it looks white probably on screen right now, but it's got a little bit of like a gray tint. The gray tint is more or less because of the diamond grit that's in it. It just changes the color. I'm not going to be shy about it either. Like, for the amount, I'm not going to spread it. It's more or less going to put globs on it, and then it will spread out from there. As long as we can get it to somewhere in the center. Yeah, there we go. I guess I am going to spread it. Guess we gotta get a spread action. I always gotta do a spread action. That's just wrong, man. The spreading action is a must. If you would like to see a spreading video, there's a was it the 5? Yeah, it was the 5 hour, almost 6 hour long live stream where I did 9 different spreads. I mean, that's a lot of spreads in 5 hours. Pretty sure I've been streaming for like 3 or 4 hours, and this is my first spread. The main thing I'm trying to do, though, because this is the diamond grit, is I'm not trying to play with it too much. You don't want to play with it too much. You might blind yourself. Because I more or less want to keep these memory chips in a really, really nice state. That looks good, though. Do I think farts are funny? What do you think? What do you think? Do you think farts are funny? Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. You're a man, right? Yeah. Well, so am I. Okay, I forgot how these go. So when like I said, with a certain copper chips of these ones here, the these smaller chips are way better. They're literally a perfect GDDR6X memory size. I think these were Micron. They might be Samsung, but I'm pretty sure these are Microns. They're the perfect size for them. Alright. We are gonna try to figure out how I had this. Okay, I'm gonna lay it out before I even put it on. Yes. Yeah. No, that was wrong. That was all wrong. Yeah, that's true though. Then it's hilarious because it's you, not me. Ah, I messed up. That was not the right way. Shoot. A little more on that one. It's fine having the splurge go out. You want to make sure if you do this copper mod, you cover the chip. You cannot have any gaps. Cannot have any gaps. Like if you have exposed chip, that exposed chip on that part's gonna get extremely hot. So That's okay, I put it in the wrong spot. I wish I had my other chips, but that's okay. A lot of people use like Tafcon tape or that for any of the SMDs that are around the chips. It is kind of a smart thing to do, but these have gone over the whole board. There's not a SMD that's higher than the actual chip itself. And then if you make sure you sand the edges so that way you round the edges, it just guarantees that if this is close to something, it's not gonna touch it. And you can always lay these all out first to make sure that it's gonna work in your favor. So like it's gonna cover these chips the way you want. Because that's again what you want. You want to be able to cover everything. Oh yeah. And you really want to make sure you see all the thermal paste covering everything good and oozing out that bit. That I am. I am Canadian. Add a little more on this one. A little more on this one. I gotta do a close up too, just to show you like you really want to make sure you use quite a bit. I don't mind spreading it all on the copper. I don't mind scratching up the copper. That scratching it. It's literally like 70,000 grit, so it's not really scratching. It's polishing it. We all know about polishing things. Oh, did it? Yeah, it usually does. Usually people call me out in games. You're a Canadian. How would you find that out? A boot. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Is it that easy? Oh, the thermal pads stuck to the. Ugh. So that's the first part. So this time I'm not going to be using the thermal pads. I'm going to be using thermal paste. Yeah, right. Blame Canada. Do the Trudeau salute. If you know what that is. I don't know if you know what that is. Again, we're not being shy with the thermal paste. Okay, that was a little bit much. Okay, I definitely definitely used a lot. That's okay though. The more the merrier. The more it all spreads out, the better. And now we gotta do a spread up on the die. It's a must. Now we're going for spread action number 2. Spread action number 2. Every time I look at the board, I'm still looking to find that power controller. I'm pretty sure it is right there. In the worst spot it could be. Like in the worst spot for any kind of soldering. Because eventually I will be doing power limit mod on this. There is ways. Alright. It's time for that spread action. Oh. Oh, I guess, yeah. If you do this kind of like copper modding that too, you can use different kind of thermal paste, and different thermal paste at different temperatures is going to be a lot like harder to keep them in spot. So it's more or less like these amp hollows are really nice to do because it's only a few screws to put it on, and then once you put those 4 screws on, it sets that so it will never move again while you're moving the whole graphics card. But if you're in a warmer location, this might be kind of tricky for you to do. Again, it's more or less to take your time. Tafcon tape would be better to put around any SMDs in case things do slide on you. Yeah, it doesn't look like I spread it all that good, but I spread it real good there. Because I don't want to put any weight on it. Again, I'm not looking to polish this die. I don't want to polish the die because I don't want to go blind. Okay. We're almost in the fun spot. Thermal paste all over my hands. Alright. Looks good. Yeah, I was looking at the chat, but I was also really far behind for some reason. I think it's not going a mile a minute. Oh, yeah. Good. I gotta go to the extraction fin here. Just need to polish it. Ooh, shiny. Although, what's that? So that what you see on the screen, see that little bit in the top corner there? That's factory lapping. And then it got nickel plated. But that little, just that little bit you see up in the corner there. You know, it's really hard to see. Probably won't even see when I get close. But that little bit that you see, it's a lap. It's like a factory type lap that they might have had to do because this was out of tolerance. And it was still nickel plated over top. But you can see the actual milling on the one, like the actual machining, the machining marks for the one, and then the actual like a grind surface plate, just a flat line on the corner there, all the way across the top. Blob method's good. Spreading method on like the chips and that, you're trying to spread it, but since I have the diamond paste, I don't want to damage these chips at all, even though it might just like polish it a little bit. I'm trying to keep them as perfect as I can for now. Later on, I might actually, you know, polish it, get rid of all of any etching, make it even the memory chips, flatten them the best you can, not just the die, but keep everything flat because any etching in that it can make a hot spot. And if the hot spot's reading too hot, it's gonna downclock or not give you as much performance. Spreading though is better because then you can spread it and guarantee it's gonna go all the way. You can also help force out some of the air bubbles that might be trapped in it. So also don't play with it all the time. Just scoop. Generally try to press against the container. Try to get out any of the air bubbles. That's probably loud. Sorry about that. Kind of want to trim with this one thermal pad on here because it is over sticking quite a bit. But the dabbing method, more or less, yeah, I just did more or less the dabbing method. I didn't even spread on the die that much. It's a thick layer, by the way, like so it'll all spread out. But the dabbing method's been tested and tried for a lot of people have done it. I mean, a lot of people have done it. And with the bigger die, so like your bigger die on the GPU, it's best to spread it, especially if you're doing hardcore overclocking. Spread it, cover everything, because when you close it up anyways, it's gonna spread most of it out. For like your Threadrippers and your big old Xeon Platinums and that, like those are really big IHS. You can do the dab method, but they have a certain dab method that they would want you to follow to make sure you get a proper spread. Spreading it, you usually use more thermal paste than what you should, so depends. Depends if you want to waste some or not. Depends if you care about wasting any. I don't. More thermal paste on everything, spreading out is better. So that way you're just guaranteeing all of the little imperfections are filled up. It's just, I haven't seen that before on an air cooler. Actual, like an actual surface. It feels like a perfect flat, like a surface grinder on this after it was machined. I don't know if I'll be able to get that on camera. So you are able to see it a bit there. This is just a plastic razor blade, so it won't scratch anything. Damn. Yeah. I know I could stick this on, stick those screws on, that way that holds that. I would prefer that. Now, this will get attached to that. Oops. Ah, gonna have to clean this one too. I'll be right back. I go to the extraction fan again. It's so big. Like, why is this back plate so big? Ow. Yeah, like every time I put this down, I gotta pick off a cat hair or two. Yeah, it's a lot nicer now. I'm happy with it. Looks good there. It's good, that looks good. Now, I should have... Where they are. Top. We got a lot of screws. Main thing with this, you just don't want to tighten them too much. The rest of it really squeezes it together. This is just like a maybe this is part of the design. It's like just a holder. I like the way they designed it. Makes everything like it's fairly easy to take apart. The longest part about this whole thing was doing the cleaning up the paste and then redoing it. Again, these screws just snug is good. It looks good. Now we gotta plug back in the RGB for the back plate RGB. A white pin. And there's the card back onto the back plate. With some copper shims. And some blobs everywhere. Thermal paste. That looks pretty good in my opinion. Actually, it looks really good. It's gonna perform really good. That's the main thing. Yes, you are looking at a world-class 3070 Ti. This one has 5 records on it. This 3070 Ti. And of all the cards tested for the tests I did, more or less Port Royal. Yeah, Port Royal and Speedway was one of them, 2 of them. Or is it Solar Bay and Speedway? I think someone just beat my one score. So it only has four records on it now because that one guy beat my score last week. I think he beat it. And he beat it by like a minute on this test. We're talking a minute when this was holding the record. Like he beat everyone, and I beat some of the best overclockers in the world. And he beat us by a minute. A minute. Ugh. When I found that out, it was a shock. A minute. This guy beat our GPU PI, so GPU Pi. I'm not sure if it's version 3 or the normal, the 3.2. The beating it by a minute is insane. Like madness. Madness. We're not talking because it's CPU. He did something with the GPU, or he has maybe a certain Windows that I didn't try for the test. And there's a lot of Windows, so. But yeah, we're going good so far here. Cooler is next. Just make sure you get rid of any cat hairs before you put it on. I just cleaned it, but there's still cat hair. It's good. Now, I want to take this, that, this, line up all these holes. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. We're doing it. No moving around. If you do these copper shims, even if you do Tafcon tape, don't just move it around. You just want to put it there, make sure you line it up and just drop it into place. And we can grab some of these screws. We'll use the spring-loaded screws. The magnet on the screwdriver is no good. And that's no fun. Oh, I have to remagnetize it. I have to remagnetize it. I don't know where I put my remagnetizer though. Oh, this is terrible. The 3070 Ti, like or how many cards, different cards, because I bought multiple different 3070 Ti's. 3 of them to be exact, but more or less to buy and sell, to do the copper mod for people and then sell. But not as many people as I would like wanted to do the copper mod. I knew I could find a couple people, but I didn't find as many people as I wanted, so I didn't continue doing it. Yeah, yeah. And then for the people that wanted the copper modding is because they're running for the like Bitcoin mining, right? Just help with lower temperatures, and in my opinion, it's smart. You're taking care of your investment and something that you can sell down the road when people that didn't copper mod them, like they used thermal pads, not copper modded, then they ran them. They were blowing up, they were melting cards, like it was doing so much. When the copper modded ones, it's guaranteed they're gonna last a long time. Because from 110, but most of them from 100 degrees to 110 degrees normal to about 65, 70, it depends on where you live, but 70 degrees Celsius on them is insane. Yeah, I bought a few of these, and this is the best one. This was the best one out of all of them. Again, this is not the best copper mod way. The other way is to buy those thicker copper shims, which are the exact size of the actual GDDR6 memory. You buy these and you buy the thicker shim. Again, I'm not sure if these are 0.5 or 1 millimeter. You gotta find out for your card too which one works. And then you're gonna test it over and over. It's gonna take you probably all day for this one graphics card to make sure that the die, the GPU die, is making good contact and everything else is making good contact at the same time. Because the GPU die should, with these style coolers, should be around the same temperature as the memory, if that makes sense. Because the memory is so close to the die, and since the copper's transferring all the heat into the cooler right in that one spot, everything stays right around the same temperature. It's awesome. I like to take my time and just go back and forth, make sure a nice even squish, and then I won't even go all the way. I'll just let everything sit for a bit. Just let it sit. Thermal paste, depending on where you live. It's colder right now. It's like not even 20 degrees in my room right now. About 20, but not even 20. The paste is thicker, so the squeeze out everything and make sure there's no air takes longer. So just don't put strain on the system, on the PCB, on the screws. Just let it sit down by itself. Yeah, I've owned multiple RX 580s, 8 GB versions. I've owned one RX 580 4 GB. The 4 GB versus the 8 GB is insane. For overclocking, the 4 GB was more fun. But that's probably because I sent in my own Polaris BIOS to AMD, which was already a basically approved one. I just switched over a couple of some timings on the memory, and yeah, you can send in a lot of detail for these things, and you can send it into the manufacturers, and they can sign off on it and make sure it works. It had a working profile of up to 2.3 gigahertz. It would never see that, of course, but you can go up to 2.3 gigahertz without a hiccup, basically. When before they didn't have, there was always a hiccup when you went past 2 gigahertz on them for some reason. But those 4 gigabyte cards or the RX 580s were fun. That was when I didn't have HWbot. That was when I was doing overclocking. I was overclocking for fun, and anyone that tried to beat a 3D mark score, so people can put up the 3D mark, I would try to beat their marks basically. So that way I would take the lead. That's the only reason what I did. But then later on I found out, oh, you can do this and you can do competitions and other things. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So I took the knowledge that I learned from there and I kept applying it to more cards, more CPUs, more RAM kits, more motherboards. Yeah, it was. It was. My first graphics card, I wasn't into overclocking at all, was an R7 270, I think they were, or 260. It's just an R7. It wasn't an R9. Oh, sorry, it wasn't. It was an R9 270, not an R9 290 or 290X. It was a good graphics card. It wasn't. I just didn't really do much back then. I was playing some games on it basically. That's about it. And I was doing more. Actually, at the time, I was doing limestone cutting for work. Back in what, 2011, 2012ish. Nice. Okay, so once these 4 screws are all nice and seated, you don't need to crank them, of course. The back plate and other screws will help out with that. Oh yeah, it's mint. Nothing moved at all. You see the copper shims in that. Thermal paste is hitting it just fine. It is squished out in spots, but seemed like it pushed it out to one side a lot more. Like it doesn't show on the camera, but it's like spread all the way out on the one side, which is like way off of the chip, so that's not even gonna matter. I think it's gonna squish a bit more when I put in these screws. Anyways, I will. Do I have a system I can? I have to end the stream to test it. Okay, so we got that. Oh yeah. For the 30 series cards, a lot of people don't like them, but the splitter cables, the 2 PCIe, so the 2 8-pin to the single pin, is in my preference preferred. I've done testing on them, and since so much heat when you're gaming and the PC gets hot too, right? So much heat comes off of this cooler, it hits those wires, and if they're not the 2 PCIe to the single, those wires get quite warm, which is just not good. Not good. So whatever graphics card you have, each one will have its own thickness of either the thermal pad. It's generally thermal pads. So anywhere there's a thermal pad for it, that's where you have to get it. And you'll have to go on to, if you have the actual box, you can go off of the box. It should actually have that. You can just go on the like website for whatever manufacturer you have. Some of the... Okay. I'm sorry. I have to stop. I dropped the screw and it's not replaceable, so I have to be careful. Got it. To measure it, you don't measure it, but you can go off of... You're still going to need to sand down the copper shim, though. You can go off of what the thermal pad they used, so whatever thermal pad thickness they used. The thermal pad they used, though, is going to flatten, so you can just use the thermal pad thickness as a gauge that it's going to be over the thickness that you need. And you're going to grab sandpaper, and a piece of glass is more preferred to the sand stuff because it's flat. And then you can flatten it and keep testing those shims. So every time you put the cooler back on with those shims and the thermal paste, you want to make sure that when everything's closed down, so like fully assembled again, that the core is getting fully squished. Like there's no thermal paste basically in it afterwards. Not really the memory, the core, because the memory is more or less like it will be what it is, because the memory is not going to be as flat as the core. I'm just going to slowly put these screws in again. And this right here shouldn't really matter, but put these screws in all at once, but still, just to keep everything going flat. Again, these threads suck on this. It's not even the threads, just because of the, as you saw, the thermal pad that's right there. And yes, this thermal pad here is a smart choice by them. It does help. Helps take some of the heat that's coming from the backside of the memory chips and the I think it's called CCD still on the GPU, but the backside of the GPU core gets wicked away a little on the backside to that, because it's a huge, like huge heat sink spot right here. It's crazy how big it is. Yeah, so like doing this way actually wasn't fast, or wasn't slow, because I used thermal pads. But with the other cards, the ones I actually sold, like I wanted to make sure they were perfect, man. Like you couldn't get better, and they performed better, but due to the different memory that could be on each one of these, the memory could just perform better. So, of course, out of all three that I bought, I took this one, of course, and it has the better memory, has the better core. I saved it. The other ones do have the better copper mod, though. Like, and it took me, I would say, a full day of just figuring out, like, off, put it on, check to see if it's squishing as much as I would like. If not, take it all off, clean all those copper shims, resand them down. I went through a lot of thermal paste. A lot of thermal paste. Such a big graphics card. But like for anything nowadays, that we get these bigger coolers because we're at a hard limit of what really hardware can do. So we're just gonna get bigger coolers, and we're gonna get higher TDPs on all more or less the enthusiast grade stuff. So like your TIs will be a little bit more wattage, and maybe they'll make the cooler a bit bigger if it needs it. Like your 4090s, like the Asus 4090, it makes the cooler huge because they were thinking that this card was going to be sold everywhere. Well, India is a lot higher of a temperature than, let's say, the States or Canada here. The temperature in India is always really hot. Well, they made it so the cooler was over designed, even though it's pumping out a lot of watts. They made the cooler over designed so that way it can handle the temperatures even out there. So that way you'd still get some decent performance. Yeah, the Strix model. I mean, I thought this was a big card, and this right here is small right now because it's still not put together, but we're almost there. Almost there. No, I forgot to put the one plug in. Do I care about the RGB? Not really. I don't really care about the RGB, to be honest. It has RGB on the back. It doesn't have RGB on the front right now. And that's what happens when you get talking. Yeah. This pin's supposed to, and it goes like right in the center. Yeah, right? If I could find my little soldering tweezers, I could probably put it in. Again, I'm not sure where I put them because I've been moving stuff around for the marathon benchmarking I was doing yesterday. If anyone does want to see me do live like marathon benchmarking, which is like motherboards, GPUs, CPUs, RAMs, I mean like I'm building system after system. I'm building certain systems for certain systems. I'm swapping CPUs and RAM for other stuff. It's more or less me running around like a chicken with its head cut off. But if anyone wants to see that kind of stuff, just let me know. I just haven't done it because I don't think it'd be all that fun. I'll literally be running around. You'll probably be looking at my backside most of the time. I won't be talking. I'll be trying to get as much benchmarking as I can done. So that's a benchmark marathon, is as many tests as you can get done, and they gotta be some fairly decent tests. You can't have some crappy scores. Yeah, we might not have RGB. Oh, that's rough. Sounds like somebody shit himself and he's trying to call his mommy to suck on his titty. Yeah, that would be a pain. Pain. I had it around, I swear I did. I don't know where I put it. There's literally only a couple of spots I can move stuff to because literally everything else taken up with like PC cases, motherboards, GPUs, CPUs. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see some of this stuff here, but nope, wrong one. Console. Actually, we got We got motherboard on the couch there. We got Dave there telling me the temperature, saying it's not so nice in here. We got one PC. Well, it's a GPU mining case that I'm trying to make a server out of. I got another PC case. I don't have. Well, I do. That's the mother. That might be the motherboard for it. Might not be. That might be for that PC case. That's on. That my monitor is on. I got so much stuff. I don't even think you can see. No, I'm covering it. So I got another PC case here with another system. Then I got my dual CPU Xeon server, my home server right behind me. Like, there's literally nowhere I can move something to that I cannot see, and yet I cannot see it. Although a lot of the stuff is black, and it's black, so I mean, come on. Well, fuck. Yep, no RGB. No RGB. Nope. I'm not taking that off. I'm not spending days redoing this thing again. RGB is not a need. It's a necessity. Perfect. Again, these, although it looks like they're a little dusty, but actually I should probably clean. They look really bad though. One's like gray and the other one's black, but it's not. It's just the actual color, because two fans are EVGA and one fan's Zotac soldered on. So I broke two of the fans with my finger, and it almost took off my finger. Zotac makes really good fans, by the way. Even though they did break, it almost took my finger with it. The EVGA fans are, I find, quieter. My bad. Yeah, the EVGA. The EVGA fans here are quieter. They're exact same size, basically, though. And they fit with the same screw pattern as these Zotac fans. A lot quieter, though. There's the exact same voltage, exact same wattage. Or amperage. I'm not sure how much watts they are. They're same amperage, though. Same voltage. But yeah. I find it's quieter. This was a screamer. They work good. Like they move a lot of air. They're not. I don't know. I'm not sure what part of these Zotac fans that are so loud. Maybe it's just because they are fairly sharp and they are swept different. As you can see, they're swept different, so they pick up air through this part, going that way. The other one's, it's got a back curve. It's a back curve fan on it, right? Back curve blade. So it still moves the air the same way, but I just find they're quieter. They spin about the same speed. Just quieter. They're not the EVGA fans feel cheap though. They feel cheap compared to the Zotac. Like these Zotac fans are probably really expensive to manufacture. And another problem with these Zotac ones is they use this special plate for their their logo here, and the other ones have the other one. But this plate that's on it, it's actually glued on. Then it's not. Some of them aren't perfectly centered. So when the fans start going really fast, it will literally shake your whole case, like vibrate your whole case, because of how off balance they were. And a lot of people, when they got them, they ripped off the plate on it. But yeah, the EVGA, they're a lot quieter. It looks, I'm pretty sure they're exact same like fan speed itself, like its max speed is the same. The EVGA does feel cheaper, like they're a lot thinner. I haven't hit my finger on one of these yet on the EVGA, so I'm not sure if it'll take off my finger like the Zotac, because literally I had a good gash in my finger, like, and I have some pretty man hands, man, like crazy. Like I was roofing at the time, and it crazy. These fan blades are really strong. The only thing is I didn't save the fan blades, and it's also really hard to fix these fan blades because they are infused with glass. So that's what makes these fan blades so nice and durable, is it's infused with glass, like glass fiber. Yeah, no, like I thought I lost my finger when I hit it. When I hit it, it instant I was overclocking, and that was the first one. The second one, I think I more or less like pushed something else maybe into it. It may have slowed it down a bit because it didn't do the same amount of damage. The first time, I thought I lost my finger. I thought it might have broken it. It was bleeding like a. I mean, it was bad. The fan, it only broke one fan blade, and then after that, I mean, it was like my whole motherboard, because it was just motherboard on top of box. It was like, rah, like jumping. I had to turn off the whole system, try not to get blood everywhere. It was bad. It was bad, man. It was bad. Uh, but yeah, Zotac, your 30 series card fans are insanely good. I just didn't want to spend the $45 for the two fans, or else I would have replaced them with Zotac. Maybe it's good that I didn't, because this is pretty cool. EVGA fans and a Zotac. And it's also quieter. So I'm gonna do this. See how the connector is on the outside now, so that way it doesn't interfere with anything. I don't have RGB. I'm not putting this back on. I'm not putting the RGB back on. Next time when I go to actually do the better copper shim mod on it, which I will, I'll definitely do a better copper shim mod, and probably do it live or make a 4K video, like an actual nice video, instead of this might be 720p here. If we're at 1080, then awesome. But yeah, I'll just leave that for now. No RGB on the one side. RGB on the back is fine, or on the back plate still works. And then later on, I'll show how I soldered the EVGA fans to the splitter, so that way I could power them. Because on the board, there's only two headers. Two of the fans go to one header, and the other fan goes to another header. I wish I knew where my tweezers were. My big fingers can't get in there that well. Yes. Yes. We did it. It kind of looks fun. Looks funny with the tail sticking out of it. That's alright. Now, I'm pretty sure I could put the plate on afterwards. Yes, 1080. YouTube used to have an issue with low viewers would get downgraded on the quality. So I'm glad they changed that. Yeah, true. Normally this would be a lot easier to put into with this screwdriver magnetized, but yeah, I find the remagnetizer so I can give it some more juice. We're almost back together. Although we do have a little bit of a pigtail. Now I might end the stream after I do this and then put the 3070 Ti in, and then I can stream the temperatures. Well, that sucks. And you, sir, are on a 10-minute timeout. Next offense will be a ban. I don't mind banning people. There's channels about overclocking, not talking about poopy caca, and about Canadians being gay. There may be gay Canadians, but that's just because they are happy. Oh, yeah. So, we need to get this. What an absolute monster. An absolute monster. And now we're just gonna throw this back on. Over here. Sit over here. Except for I'm putting it on wrong. I'm putting it on all wrong. Should be a couple screws. Yep. There. There's 3. And those 2. Yep. Oh, yeah. I cannot lose that. Listen. Oh. I'm just gonna have a heart attack. I did not want to lose that. We did it. We're on the final 5 screws. And this 3070 Ti is gonna be all copper modded up. Oh no, it fell. Stay. anyone new to the channel, let us know about your overclocking experience on if you do overclocking. If you have any questions, let me know. Might only be on for a bit longer, and then I'm gonna end this stream so I can put the 3070 Ti back in so we can test out the temperatures. Cat hair. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll probably have to end the stream, of course, because my daily PC right now is streaming. The PC that I was streaming before, that with the 1080 Ti and the i7 3770K, I took it apart because I did a benchmark marathon. I should have recorded probably that, but the recording process of this is not really what I wanted to do. I just wanted to do for like YouTube was more or less make some videos here and there for certain things. But then I started doing more and more, and people want me doing more and more lives now. So the recording, I'm not great at it. The sound, again, I'm not sure if I sound great right now. Not sure how good the quality is. I set it up to where some well trained and well amplitude people that have done streaming and or have set up people streaming have gone off of their recommendations, and my videos have gotten clearer, so people are liking it more. But I don't normally record, by the way, so if I am not back on streaming today, I do apologize for that, but I am going to be recording the temperatures of this. Generally, there is like a burn-in period. A burn-in, it sounds bad, but like these GPUs get hot, right? So the thermal paste might spread out a little more and things might tighten up a bit more in a couple of days use. So running like a good long benchmark and stability test in that will actually benefit it as well. Probably will come back on. I probably will come back on because there are some people that do want to see me stream, so but it's more or less I gotta clean up some more stuff here. I got so much stuff behind me. Like again, I got the dual CPU on server behind me. I got a PC behind me. I got some stuff to do today still. So trust me, I didn't even want to be recording this long. I think I've been recording for like 6 or 7 hours now. I just had them. Where did they go? Right there. No. Slipped right through my fingers. I think that went underneath the server. No, it didn't. I got it. I'm also trying to do like either a video set schedule and a record or a live stream schedule. Right now I don't have those kind of schedules. I'm also really bad with the Discord. I'm also really bad with the updating on the Instagram. I did update some of the benchmark marathon on Instagram and a little bit on Discord. None of it was live streamed or recorded. So maybe I'll put up another like community post. I've been getting a lot of people doing like going on to my community posts, and I'll set out like kind of videos on what you guys would like to see, and either I'll make a video or I'll do like a live stream. The one live stream was like 10 hours, so kind of does work for both of us on that if you do like this kind of content. Not just this. I do more than just graphics card taken apart and thermal paste. I do overclocking, and right now I'm doing the HWbot competition for Team Cup 2024. Alright, that was the last screw. There we go, there's the focus. Such a big graphics card. EVG fans. So we have RGB here, that's it. And then we got the pigtail, the pigtail. Out the front, right here. That should be good. Sorry, no RGB is not gonna hurt it. By the way, with some graphics cards, I'm not sure if it's just the Zotac amp hollows, but if you take away a fan, you can get more performance just by taking away a fan. Don't ask me how that works. I'm not sure how how there might be a voltage drop or a power drop due to the fact one of these fans, and it has to, generally it's this fan that I take out. So I'll completely take out this fan and I'll put in a like a server, like a 80 mil. I think it's an 80 mil or 90 mil. Might be an 85, but an 85 or 80 mil server fan. So it's really thick, like those 60 mil high powered density fans, like 6,000 RPM or something. I'll put it on here. I'll completely close it off on there, and I'll make sure there's no power on, like it completely taken apart. So there's only 2 fans will run, and most of the time these fans don't even have to go that much. This one fan does most of the cooling, so I find I can get more steadier results and also higher clock speeds with just 2 fans. So I don't know if anyone else has done those kind of tests on these cards, but no fans is better. So I've also taken off the shroud, completely taken off the fans and put my own fans on it, and have also gotten better scores just from doing that, not even tuning it. Take her easy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just I've said this in a couple of other videos and live streams, and I've been told I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, so sorry, I've done probably more tests than that person that's saying that, but for some reason, taking out one of these fans, more performance. Taking away all fans, even more performance. So, like, there's gotta be, like, a voltage. Is it maybe interference? Like, could that also be an issue? An interference? The power going to the fans is creating too much power through the wires, and it's making too much interference to the rest of the board? Or is it, am I actually losing the voltage? Because in MSI it's the voltage. Like, I can't reach the same voltage with 3 fans on. I can't reach the right amount of voltage no matter what temperature. Like, no matter what temperature, I've got this card down to 30 degrees on full load. Well, 40, or yeah, 30 degrees on full load. So it's not like it won't be boosting proper. It's not like it shouldn't be getting the 1.15 or 1.2 volts, but I only read about 9.5 or maybe 1 volt. Oh, let me know in the comment section. This video might be done because, again, I do want to take out the 1080 Ti that's currently in the system. I do want to throw the 3070 Ti back in. I got some more videos to edit, so this encoder's better. Helps. Alright, yeah. If anything, I'll put out a premiere, and I'm generally just setting up quickly, so that way some of my subscribers will actually join on while I'm on premiere, and I'll let you know. I shouldn't be long though. I do want to get some food and that into me too. So, thanks for watching. As always, don't forget to get her done.